There is a steady flow of people coming through the doors here at Westworld, and they're here for just one reason: to see some of the greatest cars on the planet cross the auction block. Scottsdale in January. Beautiful scenery, perfect weather, the best place to enjoy Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. Day 2 for our coverage here on FYI. What a day we had yesterday. The number 2 sale of the day, already in the 6 figures. It was a Speed Racer tribute. This Mach 5, built on a Corvette chassis, sold for $100,000. The number 1 sale of the day, though, was a shocker. A Beverly Hillbillies hot rod, the one Jethro drove, built by George Barris. This sold, the number 1 sale of the day, $150,000. Oh, but that was yesterday. Today, before we came on the air, we've already seen big bucks. A 2012 Corvette from the David Ressler collection grabbed everyone's attention when it sold for $300,000. We weren't expecting to see that kind of money until Thursday, maybe Friday. To see it happen on a Wednesday is such a shocker, and it makes me wonder what other surprises are we going to see on our second day of coverage here on FYI. What car will cross the block and make us wonder, how did that happen? What a great day to be here. I'm Rick DeBrule, happy to be in Scottsdale. Great weather we've had all week. We're close to 70 degrees, and that's brought out tons of people who are coming to see some of the absolute best cars cross the auction block. And of course, we have 2 of the best guides in the world up on the block right now, Tyler Hoover and Mike Joy.
Well, hi everybody. We had a lot of fun here yesterday, and today the value and quality of the cars is only going skyward. Tyler, what was your favorite moment yesterday?
Well, the Berkowitz collection with all those TV movie cars. It was just so much fun seeing Herbie, Jurassic Park, all this stuff from our youth going across the block. It was amazing.
It's kind of cool since we're a couple of decades apart in age. You know, we each gravitate towards certain cars, and today I can't wait for the Deathmobile from the climactic scene of the movie Animal House, where D-Day took his welding torch to Flounder's older brother's Lincoln Continental and created this. About that hatch. Well, you know.
You did a very thorough inspection there, I see.
I have had a tetanus shot, thank goodness, but this one is a replica, but boy, it's very faithful. It's pretty rough inside.
Well, hopefully the next owner doesn't go to his local parade and do the same thing. They'd be in jail for a very long time, no doubt. But also from that collection is the Starsky and Hutchmobile, one of the Flying Tomatoes of Ford Torino from the show. Quite a big deal to have one of those. I think it was restored to very nice condition. And one other that's not part of the collection, a Mercedes 560 SEC that was formerly owned by Johnny Carson, selling later tonight, appropriately enough.
Did Ed McMahon ride shotgun in that? I mean,
I'd like it to come with a Publishers Clearinghouse $1 million. That'd be great.
So we're going to have a little fun here, and we're glad you're along for the ride. Let's get right to the block for lot 437. This is an 87 Chevy Silverado custom pickup, bid to $72,000.
Well, that's a lot of money for a square body, but it's easy to see why. Very straight, very nice repaint on this one. Looks like a frame-off restoration. Lifted to the moon. Those are probably 37-inch tires, but yeah, big money for a long bed square body. Wow.
Well, as we were saying, the prices, the quality, everything going up. We got surprised before we came on the air with that $300,000 Corvette, and now we've got an $80,000 pickup truck from 1987 that just sold here at Barrett-Jackson. From pickup trucks to sports cars, a 2003 Dodge Viper SRT10 convertible.
Well, this is the first year of the third generation Viper, which got a lot of refinements. The first Viper was very crude, but more like just a crazy looking V10 manual transmission car. And they brought in a little bit of that craziness with some more comfort with the Viper. Still the V10, still no nannies as far as traction control, anything like that, but more comfortable seats, climate control, easy to remove top rather than a toupee. And the styling, I think, is really great on these too.
And the big number on this one is the odometer. This one has only traveled 13,600 miles.
Yeah, as far as supercars, these are pretty robust. You can drive them to high mileage, much like a normal car. Less maintenance than, say, a Lamborghini Ferrari, but all that panache as far as being an exotic from Dodge. And since they don't make them anymore, they are turning into collectibles here, $53,000. A lot of bang for the buck. I think 500 horsepower with that V10.
And more, well, let's say sophisticated than the original SRT 10 that came out. These are a little more road friendly, a little more driver friendly.
Yeah, and you still have that iconic side exit exhaust like the original Vipers, but protect a little bit so you don't burn yourself. So a lot of refinements.
They went a lot of fun for $55,000 for that 2003 Dodge Viper. Let's check in with the next member of our team, the host of April's Garage on YouTube. Here's April Rose.
Hey Rick, I'm in the Meguiar's staging lanes. This is so cool. Right before the cars roll up on the block right behind me, they get their last looks. They're getting cleaned up by the boys. Yes, we're putting the men to work cleaning these beautiful machines. The consigners can come through, give their cars their final blessings before they go across the block. And of course, registered bidders can come and do their inspections to see if this is the ride that they want to bring home. And I'm going to be here throughout the rest of the weekend showing you previews of all the cars you see here throughout the entire week. It's going to be fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to it, Rick.
As are we all. And of course, we have plenty of coverage, not just today, but all week. Today, we're live here on FYI until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, we're back for 6 more hours on FYI from 5 until 11 Eastern Time. Friday, it's 3 till 8 on the History Channel, followed up by 4 more hours on FYI. And Saturday, all day on the History Channel from 2 p.m. until midnight, once again live on the History Channel. Coming up in just a few minutes, a 1969 Chevelle Custom LS V8 engine under the hood, 4-wheel disc brakes, and plenty of fresh chrome everywhere. Stick around, we'll see that very soon. Beautiful day here in Scottsdale. Great vehicles out in the pre-staging lanes. All of those are lining up to cross the block. They'll be inside the building very soon. And the great thing is if you see something you like, you can make arrangements to be at home and contact Barrett-Jackson. You can either bid over the phone, bid over the internet. But if you see something you like, you better hurry. Let's check in with Mike Joy.
Well, I'm with Steve Davis and Craig Jackson, and boy, what a day it's been already. Steve, let me start with you. In a sea of $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 cars, all of a sudden, a Corvette with less than 100 miles does $300,000 on Wednesday. What happened?
Absolutely, Mike. We call it the Barrett-Jackson phenomenon. It's like the guy going in to buy a lottery ticket, and there's a guy right behind him wanting to buy the same ticket. And boom, lightning strikes, absolutely incredible. I'm up there having a conversation casual about logistics with Joseph, and look up, it's 100,000, get your attention, pretty soon it's 200,000. Absolutely unbelievable, but just a taste of what's going to happen as we move into Saturday.
Well, Craig, that's why this place is packed early in the day. You never know what's going to happen next, right?
No, and Dave Ressler, that was one of his cars. He brought great cars. The best is still to come. And the same with the movie cars. Yesterday, having the Mach 5 bring $100,000, and then Jethro's Hot Rod bring $150,000, and the best movie cars are still to come. So the hours on history that are coming up, the week is going to be unbelievable.
We're ready. Let's get to it.
Do it.
Well, let's get to it on the block right now with a 1970 GMC C10 custom pickup truck.
Yeah, this one is beautiful, lowered in just the perfect stance for the custom. Stock under the hood, but built up with a 350 cubic inch V8. But yeah, very well done. Customs, you can see that they go high or go low is what I was talking about in a feature coming later. And this one, well, it's just a slightly lower stance, but really well done overall.
Now this has the upgraded Sierra Grande interior with the embossed seat covers and a lot of wood grain. Away it goes.
That's right, and the Summit Racing sold sticker will go on. There we have it, and it sells for $49,000. Love the ruby paint, the chrome wheels. It all shows off perfectly under the lights here on the auction block. 1970 Camaro RS SS up on the block.
Well, first year for the second generation of Camaro, 1970. And you can spot these from a mile away just by looking at this hood ornament. On the 1970, it was all chrome. It would be red in later years, and this is the Rally Sport with the little bumperettes and the Endura front end surrounding the grille.
Yeah, it looks pretty stock under the hood, but this one once again has been modified with the stance as far as a slightly lowered suspension and aftermarket wheels. But yeah, the great look with these split bumper 1970 Camaros. My dad actually had one, a 383 that he had swapped into it, and his trick was when he got pulled over one time, he got out, popped the hood, and pretended that the throttle was stuck and trying to unstick it to get out of the ticket. So he likes telling that story.
Did it work?
Well, my Z28 was a 71, and it was this color, Mulsanne blue, with white stripes. I love the larger American Racing torque thrust wheels with this one. The spoiler that's on the back would not have come standard with the SS, part of the D80 spoiler package that was standard on Z28, the low spoiler, later a three-piece taller spoiler.
$35,000 for that 1970 Camaro RS SS to those folks right there. Well, when we were going to our commercial break, we talked about a Chevelle Custom that was going to cross the block, and there we have it right now. And the most important thing, and what they've done with this, is make it look like a Yenko Special.
Well, Don Yenko was a Chevy dealer outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he began building those YSCs, Yenko sports cars, beginning with Corvairs. Then he went into Camaros and Chevelles because he had access to COPO ordering, central office production orders, and that way he could get a much bigger engine in some of the Chevys that he got from the factory than lesser dealers could. And he really made a name and a brand for himself. Yenko raced Corvettes at Daytona and all across the country, was quite a shoe and quite a dealer.
Right, so back in the day, he was backdooring in big blocks, but this one has a modern LS under the hood, which would be interesting to see what Yenko would have done with an LS should he have gotten a hold of it. One thing I think you should add probably is the Yenko SYC headrest to this one to sort of complete the look. Obviously, the chrome wheels do not line up with the Yenko SC look either, but no harm there. It looks like a very nice example.
So by this time, Yenko sports car had become Yenko supercar as he moved into Camaros and Chevelles. Let's see, is this one forest green, fathom green, or something else? Not sure.
Uh-oh, we got to be careful with colors, yeah.
Well, let's just call it very green. You know, it's got a great paint job. Great look. I love the white striping on the green. Nice Yenko design. And once again, the chrome wheels, not what a Yenko would have had back in its day, but it shows off very well up on the auction block. $58,000 the price for that Yenko Special Tribute. We're going to take a break here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. We've been waiting for this for 12 months. It's finally arrived, so let's enjoy the day. Let's enjoy all the cars that are going to be crossing the auction block here at Westworld.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Back here at Westworld in Scottsdale, boy, check out. That used to be the tent where we used to have the main auction. And now we have a dedicated building which is here 365 days a year. And that is where the auction block is today. And right now, center stage is a 1962 Chevy Biscayne Custom.
Well, this one's been given a heart transplant. Here is a ZZ3 crate motor built with headers and a belt-driven supercharger. Biscayne was the lowest rung on the full-size Chevrolet ladder. In 1962, you could upgrade from a Biscayne to a Bel Air and then all the way to an Impala. This two-door sedan body style would have been the least expensive Biscayne you could buy. These were body-on-frame cars, but drag racers liked these two-door sedans for the stiffness of the body, added stiffness with the door and quarter windows framed. And yeah, this was it. A lot of these found their way to the drag strips.
Right, this one's definitely built for the strip. Easy way to tell the difference between a Biscayne and an Impala. 3 lights versus 2.
$36,000 for that 62 Biscayne Custom. All right, moments ago, while we were on a commercial break, our second 6-figure car of the day crossed the block. A 1934 Ford Cabriolet Custom Convertible. This one's got an LS1 V8 under the hood, automatic transmission. Love the silver paint. Everything is perfectly detailed on this, and it sold for $100,000. Up on the block right now, a 2012 Bentley Continental GTC, a convertible.
So by 2012, Bentley had a really nice facelift here with the Continental, and prices to match $240,000 almost. The sticker on this one. Under the hood is that fantastic W12 twin turbo, which they developed off the Volkswagen VR6, because Bentley went to Volkswagen Group in 2000. They wanted to develop a special engine for it, and that was the W12, where the cylinders sort of go back and forth in a W fashion to compact the V12 as much as possible. And yeah, this one in great shape.
Well, this one's been well loved. It has 75,000 miles on the clock. I would not be afraid of that at all, but that will hold the number back a bit.
It certainly doesn't look it. That's very impressive. Yeah, the C means convertible on these, so GTC.
And that one just sold for $65,000 here at Barrett-Jackson on Wednesday. Now, this is the third day of the auction, the second day of our television coverage right here on FYI. We're going to take another break, but so many cars left across the block in our coverage. Back here in Scottsdale, that is a view from the Muscle Lounge on the other side of the arena. But what a great place to sit and enjoy the auction. You got food and you have bidder's assistance. If you want to bid from there, there's someone who can take your bid and make sure the auctioneer knows you're in. Up on the block right now, a 2004 Chevy SSR pickup, the first of the Brian Frank collection.
Well, the SSR was the convertible pickup, and it, along with the Chrysler PT Cruiser, pretty much launched the retro styling that pervaded Detroit in the late 90s and into the 2000s. Now, Brian Frank is a second-generation restorer. His dad, Roger, brought a lot of cars to Barrett-Jackson from the Midwest. Brian's son and the whole family is involved in this business. They sold a black SSR earlier today. This one is slingshot yellow.
Yeah, so when the SSR first came out, it had a lot of people scratching their heads. It was interesting to bring back the El Camino, but it wasn't as functional as a truck, even though it was on a truck chassis shared with a Chevy Trailblazer and some others. But the engine was the big problem. 5.3-liter V8 at first, refined with the LS later. This one enhanced a lot, supercharged, 500 horsepower.
Away it goes, $34,000. That gentleman right there on the auction block. Don't forget, if you want to see the full list of cars that are crossing the auction block today or those that crossed yesterday, all you have to do is go to barrett-jackson.com, and that's where the entire list lives. Up on the block right now, a 1983 GMC K10 Custom.
Boy, if I had $1 for every lifted pickup that has crossed the block this week and will for the rest of the week, well, I'd have $1 or two, wouldn't I?
Well, so do the consigners, because to get the $1 on a K10, you do have to do the lift with 33 or 35-inch tires, the gleaming paint. This one unique with the brown, which definitely looks of the period of the mid-'80s. But yeah, it gives it a fantastic look, and these paint jobs, the base coat and clear with the body all straightened out and perfect. It looks better, way better than when it left the factory.
This one is a Sierra Classic, so that's an upgraded interior, 35-inch Goodyear tires. The factory color is russet brown. Don't call it a potato.
By the way, on the right-hand side of the screen, you see that couple right there looking at a small catalog. An awful lot of people do exactly that. They come here, they get the catalog, they check off the cars they want to look at, they'll circle, they might list the prices of what's sold before. It's like being able to cruise through the Sears catalog years ago.
K10 means it's a four-wheel drive half-ton pickup. A two-wheel drive would be a C10. I like that they have not been tempted to customize this truck. The base grille, the non-chromed grille, is present. in the front. This one looks just like it rolled out of the showroom, except for that big lift.
Almost even better when you look underneath. It is brand new there. $38,000 for that great big pickup truck. Right behind it, a 2003 Corvette. This is a 50th anniversary convertible. And for our TV coverage, this is the first we're going to see from the David Ressler collection. But as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, before we came on the air, one of the cars from this collection, a Corvette from 2012, sold for $300,000.
Unbelievably. Now, Dave Ressler was a very flamboyant consigner at Barrett-Jackson. He would often walk up onto the block wearing a sport coat the same color as the car he was consigning, would twirl that thing in the air, throw it in with the car. But this is interesting. This is the Indy 500 Pace Car Edition. Here's Steve David. Oh, Steve is just done. 18 actual miles on this one, which had a sticker price of $57,000 with the Pace Car decals and upgrades. So if you had put this away in 2003, should you have bought Apple or Microsoft stock instead? Probably, but you wouldn't have had a good car. You would have just had a piece of paper.
Exactly. Well, we've seen people that have devoted whole rooms of their house, you know, a bedroom to a car, say like the VIN 1 or the Grand National. Obviously, Ressler had so many amazing Corvettes, what he was known for. You can see the VIN number, 1953 is what it ends at, which signifies the 50th anniversary. So 1953, the first year of the Corvette. But yeah, this one, brand new in the wrapper, just very, very low mileage on top of that. And the C5 was a pretty significant step for Corvette as far as taking it into the modern era.
So 50th anniversary package, Indy Pace Car Edition, decals present. Note the finish on the wheels, which complements the kind of gold finish of the stripes. Beautiful car, new in the wrapper. Oh, $34,000.
And that's what it goes for. Who would have thought that when that first Corvette came out and they sold 300 in 1953, that 50 years later, that's the kind of Corvette they would have pacing the Indy 500. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, now I'm in the pre-staging lanes with this sweet ride, 1955 Bel Air, and her nickname is Surfer Girl because she was once owned by the Beach Boys manager, which I'm sure it has a lot of stories to tell from that. Now, this is the start of the Tri-5s, 1955, and you can see that 5 right back here in the stainless. It's in the shape of a number 5, of course. This one doesn't have the big fins that grew out in 56 and 57. Love this two-tone colors, gleaming stainless all the way down. And take a peek inside, because this one's, I'm going to say it, it's millennial proof. You got 3 on the tree. I love that they added cup holders. Nice wraparound dash that is all steel. So, before the padded dash might be a little dangerous. And check out what's under the hood. It's so cool that it still has its inline 6 in there. No LS swap, no 350. Most of these you see now are resto-modded. I just love seeing it, how it was born. Now, Rick, I live in Kansas. There's no oceans. I'm not a surfer. You kind of, you look like a fit guy. Have you surfed before?
You know what? I literally grew up at the beach, but I was a body surfer. My older brother, lived to surf. That's all he did. I was more of a body surfing, swimming kind of guy. But like I say, literally grew up. In fact, I grew up down by Pacific Palisades at the beach, Malibu. So watching the fires, everything's been going on out there. Really, my heart goes out to everyone, friends and family involved in all the evacuations and all the damage over there. Just to let you know we're thinking about you. Up on the block now, a 1999 Corvette. Right now bid at $62,000, but what's special about this is a VIN 001.
Right, that's the only number that matters right there. VIN number 1, the first one built for public sale. There's a VIN 1 convertible right behind it. Now, if these were Fords, you could not get a VIN 1. That is reserved for Executive Chairman Bill Ford and the low VIN numbers of every performance car Ford builds. Well, the Ford family would get those. Occasionally one will come here to auction for Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, the Ford's favorite charity. But here are these GM VIN number 1 Corvettes.
Yeah, over the years, this has been a steady stream of VIN 001s from General Motors. A lot of Chevrolet Corvettes crossing the block, and it's always been fun to see those. And as you mentioned, right behind it, yet another VIN 001. This one is a year earlier from 1998, and it's a convertible.
Now this one's just a little bit different. Yes, it is still VIN 001, first of those released for public sale. But here is the build sheet. And you will note, as it comes around here, that this was a pilot car, you see on the lower left. That means that when they establish the production line to build these cars, they will build a first group of cars they call pilot cars, and they are proof of concept, proof of execution. They are taken and really gone through by the GM engineers to make sure that everything is as it's supposed to be before regular production cars roll off the line.
Now, one thing I'm remembering is for 97, the first year of the C5, I don't think there were convertibles, so this might be in the first line of the convertibles. And then we saw the coupe, which was different from the hatch in 97 that later came with the Z06. So that's the significance of these VIN 1s. But this one, yeah, C5 Corvette, so many innovations. The biggest one was moving the transmission to the back for better weight distribution, and the chassis was stiffened up. Really brought the Corvette into the modern age with performance and the birth of the LS under the hood. That LS won 345 horsepower, I believe.
Now, this is not a Dave Ressler car. This comes out of the General Motors Heritage Collection, like the car behind it, the VIN 001 pilot car.
Yeah, now it's a little confusing, to be honest with you, because it's got all the the General Motors information, but it also, on the car card, says it came from the David M. Ressler collection. So it's a little confusing, to be honest with you. When I looked at it, I wasn't sure, because it says from the Heritage Collection on the windshield.
Okay, now I can square this away for you, Rick. This car came out of the GM Heritage Collection, was sold to Chevy dealer Dave Ressler, but the restrictions apply to how this can be used and whether or not it can be driven on public roads.
Well, there it goes, $60,000, VIN 001 for that 1998 Corvette convertible, the very first one. Up on the block now, how about a 2006 Corvette Z06, another one from the Ressler collection.
Well, and here you would have the fastback body style on this one. This is a standard transmission car. Again, the build sheet is on here. And 41 actual miles for this 2LZ 2006 Z06. They made just a little over 6,000 of these that year. This is also from the Ressler collection. This does not have any GM Heritage restrictions on it.
So this one brand new in the wrapper, again similar to the C6 that we saw or sell before we came on air. Same year, the big upgrade in power with that 7-liter under the hood, 500 plus horsepower on these. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens if that was Lightning with that one that sold for 300,000 earlier, or if Lightning's going to strike twice again here with the Z06.
Brand new in the wrapper, 12 miles. Could you see this going on the road, or could you see it going into another pampered collection to live out its days?
Well, you know the nice thing, I mean, we're not at stupid money here or crazy money. This is $67,000. If you want to put this away and make it a special part of a collection, that's great. If you just wanted to drive it, you know, you could also do that. You haven't got into stratosphere money like that $300,000 car that sold earlier today. That's what it sells for, $70,000 for that 2006 Corvette Z06, one of just 6,200 made that year. Now coming up, we're going to move into the Ford world, and of course a Bronco. Plenty of them this week, and this one's from 1968. It's got a 302 cubic inch V8 engine under the hood, a big 3-inch lift, custom tan leather interior. That'll be on the block soon. Well, Fantasy Bid is back in 2025. If you'd like to test your collector car knowledge and maybe grab a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that are going to cross the block this Saturday, January 25th. Now, the overall winner at the end of all the 2025 Barrett-Jackson auctions will win the grand prize this year. It's a 2025 Dodge Hemi Durango. And if you're really on top of your game this week and you could predict the exact final bid of all 12 fantasy bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. It's called the Perfect 12 Jackpot, so make sure you're registered to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 years old to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Up on the block right now, a 2009 Mercedes-Benz SL63 IWC Edition Roadster.
Well, a lot of car collectors are also watch collectors. Mercedes did this in cooperation with IWC Schaffhausen. It's an SL63, so it has a supercharged V8, all the AMG kit. They made 200 worldwide, only 63 were offered in the U.S. 58,000 miles on this one. The paint is described as Designo Magno Cashmere Matte White.
Yeah, Designo is Mercedes-Benz in-house design company for unique colors and things. And yeah, the watch connection doesn't come with a watch though. That'd be about $5,000 for one of those.
But was one available to match the car? I bet it was.
58,000 miles on that one. Just crossed the block and away it goes. Up on the block behind it right now is a 2007 Porsche 911 Turbo Custom.
So this is the 997 generation of 911, a Turbo S, so almost 500 horsepower with that Metzger twin turbocharged 6 in the back. But the big downfall of this one is it's an automatic, not a manual transmission, which will hold back the price. Later they came out with the 997.2 that had the dual clutch, the PDK, that's lightning fast, just amazing. This is the last of the normal automatic. Still, if you want to enjoy something and just put the throttle down and go really fast, this is a great value, I feel like, in the Porsche world right now.
So this has the Tiptronic automatic transmission, not the paddle shift sequential manual gearbox. And there are buttons on either side of the steering wheel spokes. Not the paddles behind them, but there are actual buttons there, one side for upshift, one for downshift. Not a great solution. However, whoever bought this new spent over $1,000 to have it optioned with that carbon fiber steering wheel. LED lights, LED tail lights, and third brake light. The wing lifts at speed. This one has the Sport Chrono package. Wrap around bucket seats. These look like, yes, 18-way seats. Those are the ones you want. Carbon fiber gear shift there, and handbrake handle to go along with the steering wheel.
Yeah, a lot of great options, but if it were the manual transmission, which you can't get in a Turbo or a Turbo S nowadays, the prices could be double the current bid. But you know, if you're just wanting something to enjoy and drive, say in traffic in California, I have nothing really against a Tiptronic transmission. It's pretty good, but obviously the PDK was just a whole evolution in Porsche transmission technology and really made this pretty obsolete.
There you can see we got multiple bidders, somebody out in the crowd, somebody up on the auction block. And away it goes, $68,000 to a bidder up here on the auction block for that 2007 Porsche 911 Turbo Custom. Up on the block now, we got a 1965 Pontiac GTO.
My misspent youth. I was the happiest 15-year-old in Connecticut when my dad drove home with a brand new 65 GTO from Paul Dodge Pontiac in Manchester, and that was his daily driver. Teal turquoise with the Power Glide automatic, but wow. It made a great noise, had great performance. He really loved and enjoyed that car, kept it as a daily for 4 years. Now, this one has been optioned with a wood dash, wood wheel, 4-speed console, rally wheels, and redline tires. It is the two-door sedan body style, as opposed to the two-door hardtop, which would not have had those window frames. But boy, that's okay. Great memories here.
Yeah, and it's the factory options car as far as the color, the transmission, the engine, and this one showing only 2 owners from new, according to the consignor, which is why it was so well preserved and made for a beautiful restoration right here.
So here in 1965, the GTO was not a separate model. It was an option on the Pontiac Tempest Le Mans and shares a lot of the trim with that. But GTO badging on the trunk, the fenders, the really cool scooped hood, and that emblem, 6.5 liter displacement.
Solid money here on the block, $64,000 for that 1965 Pontiac GTO. We've got a 1969 International Scout A100A Custom up on the block, and that means it's time for some Haggerty fast facts. How about a 1969 Scout that they were produced between 1960 and 1980? Well, officially the model years was 61 to 80, but they started building them in December of 60. Originally produced as two-door trucks, and not surprisingly, these were built to compete with the Jeep CJ series.
These were kind of agricultural in nature. After all, International Harvester, famous for tractors. Factory original 304 cubic inch V8 and a 4-speed manual transmission, 4-wheel drive transfer case. Good bit of customizing to the interior, but those stripes, I believe you could order those from International with your brand new Scout.
Yeah, I think some slight modifications, maybe a little bit of a lift, and then the off-road tires. But yeah, very basic, these things. Of course, the bumpers were not very sophisticated. The front, they added a little bit of embellishment to it to bling it up a little bit as far as the customizations with that hook on the front and then the extra bar for the lights. But yeah, otherwise very basic. Wonder if this one comes with a full top. Probably not, since the bikini is just on right now.
$48,000 for that 1969 International Scout. All those custom touches. We actually saw several of them across the block during their coverage yesterday. We're going to take a quick break and come back to Scottsdale. You can buy cars or you can buy clothing here at Barrett-Jackson. Cost you a little less, and at least you get to fly the colors all year long, no matter where you are. Up on the block right now, we've got a 1969 Camaro. It's a custom. It was formerly owned by Las Vegas entertainer Danny Gans.
Yeah, Rick, he bought this car, had it restored to his taste, including the orange and black houndstooth seat. Owned it until his passing. Then his daughter acquired the car and kept it 15 years, and here it is.
Well, there it goes, $57,000 to that couple right there. Interesting story behind it. Got a nice little story they can tell to their friends now that they bought that car. 1966 Chevy Malibu up on the block. This one's a custom.
So the Malibu would have been the up-level trim on a Chevrolet Chevelle during this period, and looks like it's got a big block hood on it. Cliff's going to pop that hood and we'll see what lies beneath. Well, this one began life as a 350 small block engine, stroked to a 383 Edelbrock manifold, aftermarket 4-barrel carburetor, so a bit healthier than the way it was born.
Yeah, it made a pretty good rumble as it came up on the block, but obviously the other custom part are the wheels, big oversized chrome wheels, but otherwise all the bright work, everything else looks very stock, but also very nice. Automatic transmission inside, red to match the sort of maroon interior. It's an automatic as well. You got a column mounted tack, but yeah, with some different wheels, you would never know. It'd be a bit of a sleeper.
And this is the two-door hardtop body style, which means you don't have a frame around either the door windows or the quarter windows. So when all these windows are down, no window frames, just the wind can blow through. A very attractive body style, and it hammers sold for $40,000.
We had a special moment here in Scottsdale this week. A longtime friend of Barrett-Jackson and renowned car collector Ron Pratt donated his 2024 Ford Mustang Dark Horse VIN number 1 to be sold during the 2025 Palm Beach auction, with 100% of the hammer price to benefit Tunnel to Towers, a nonprofit organization that supports military veterans, first responders, and their families. Just a generous show of support by Ron Pratt to a great cause. And right now, let's go out to April Rose, who's standing by with a special guest.
That's right. I'm with Joseph Laporte right now, New York City Fire Department. You work on that. You're also on the board for the Tunnel of Towers Foundation. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation is a foundation that was formed after September 11th. 300 New York City firefighters were killed, and one of them was a gentleman named Stephen Siller. His family decided to start this foundation. Initially, it helped catastrophically injured soldiers, and then went to Gold Star families, then first responders whose families were killed in the line of duty, and then the next step was to help eradicate homeless veterans. So they have opened
You guys have had your hand in so many different things, helping our first responders just throughout the years. Tell me about selling this dark horse, how important it is for your foundation.
Well, every donation that helps, and I mean, to have something like this, and then to have a partner like Barrett Jackson and to help us out, for this cause is just outstanding. To have, we're in a front row position here, right on the auction floor. It's just outstanding. So,
of course, and it'll be selling at Palm Beach coming up not too far from now. Are we going to see you there?
Absolutely.
Right. And I've heard on your bucket list was to come to Barrett Jackson. Is this your first time here?
This is my first time, yes. I've watched it on TV for a long, long time. When my kids were young, they used to ask me, "What are you watching?" Because the auctioneers, they couldn't understand it. So it's been an amazing experience. We've been here since Friday. It's just blown away.
And, we really, really appreciate everything that you guys do. We could never thank you enough. Truly, honestly, we are gracious. Glad to have you here and really looking forward to the sale of this dark horse in Palm Beach. It's going to be incredible. Rick?
Thanks a lot, April. Yeah, great cause. Great that Ron Pratt, a longtime friend of Barrett Jackson, stepped up and is donating the car to raise all that money. Up on the block right now, a 1955 Chevy Bel Air that just hammered sold at $38,000. That's the one that was previewed by April Rose, the one nicknamed Surfer Girl that used to be owned by the manager of the Beach Boys. Behind it, a 1972 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom is rolling up onto the block.
I do have to agree with him that the auctioneers have their own language that they speak, and it takes a little bit to learn it, most certainly. Yeah, you can hear it right now as they go. But yeah, here's a beautiful K5 Blazer, two-tone in Hugger orange. The appropriate lift and oversized tires, but yeah, very, very clean, this one.
Now it seems like they're all coming across the block with the big lift and either 33, 35, or even 37-inch tires. So this would have been a factory color scheme, this two-tone, Hugger orange over white, the white finish or black you could get on the top, and inside would be the houndstooth seats, usually seen like this in black and white and occasionally in black and orange.
Yeah, you can see that four-wheel drive transfer case. Also, if you get out and lock them in, it still has the locking hubs on it. And the removable hardtop. So 1970s too, you still had that full-size hardtop, which you needed all your friends to pull off and have that full convertible experience in the Blazer, which is what makes these so desirable. There's no full-size SUV right now, I think, certainly not, that you can take the top off and have a full convertible experience.
The only downside to these in daily use is the short wheelbase produces a pretty choppy ride. But fellas who had them loved them.
Well, I think the folks who are buying these aren't putting lots of miles on them anymore. Most of them aren't daily drivers, they're fun cars. And this one just sold here at Barrett Jackson for $62,000. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to for the full list of cars. You get the opportunity to do some research as well. Look for cars that sold in previous auctions. So if you're trying to figure out what your fantasy bids might be for this year, well, that's the perfect place to go. Just go to the website, Barrett-Jackson.com. 1970 Chevelle Custom.
Well, it's badged as a base Chevelle. It's wearing SS badges, but not the SS grille. This all in silver and a custom dark blue, not the Fathom blue that we're used to seeing. But here's the big block engine, 454 cubic inches. Not original to the car necessarily, but power steering, power brakes added, special blue metallic paint, custom chromed wheels, very unlike anything you could get in 1970, which seems to be everybody's favorite year for Chevelle.
Yeah, I agree. Other than the SS badges and the wheels, they sort of made it look like, a base Chevelle. But of course, that 454 you could have got with the LS5 and LS6 in 1970. So you're building a custom and you want to be sort of period with it. I think this is a good choice.
Bench seat, column shift automatic. Not a whole lot of options displayed on this one.
No, I do like they did add some of the gauges underneath because, you have the old style speedometer, not any of the SS style. If you look inside, just that sweeping speedometer with no tack and no extra gauges. So they mounted it lower there as far as the tack and the engine temperature and all of that. So once again, this probably started life as a pretty ho-hum basic Chevelle, and it's been nicely upgraded.
Upgraded to the point somebody was willing to spend $50,000 of it, plus that 10% commission to buy a Chevelle here at Barrett-Jackson. Going to our last commercial break, we talked about a 1968 Ford Bronco that was going to be crossing the block. This one's a custom, and here it is with that 302 cubic inch engine under the hood.
Now note the white grille. That's the way they came out of the factory. Much like earlier Ford pickups with an off-white grille and bumper, this one's been treated to chrome bumpers. It looks like the fenders have been cut for fender flares to make room for those way oversized wheels and tires. Note that the windshield is still hinged at the bottom, as if you were going to fold it flat to do some fun off-roading once that hardtop is removed.
Yeah, and the baby Broncos sort of started the trend, I feel like, here at Barrett-Jackson as far as custom SUVs just absolutely rocking the block. And this is sort of the DNA of what you see with the custom Bronco where they do well. The slight lift, the cutted rear quarter to make it room for the oversized tires, 302 cubic inch V8 under the hood. The big money ones will have a Coyote or something more modern in there. But yeah, well, this is followed with the full-size Broncos, full-size Blazers, and everything else truck and SUV just exploding in desirability here.
Well, we had a bidder on the block. We also had a bidder over the telephone. And I think it was the telephone bidder that came away the winner for this 1968 Ford Bronco at $42,000. Boy, amazing car. Just look at the interior. Just works of art. Some of them, dead stock. Some of them customized to an incredible degree. Whatever it is you want, it's here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Is your man cave really complete unless you got some great automobilia to go with it? Well, they sell plenty of it here at Barrett-Jackson. Doesn't matter what you want. A big Exxon sign, kiddie rides, gas pumps, that all sells before the cars hit the block every day here at Barrett-Jackson. Up on the block right now, boy, we got a lot of Scouts this week, more than I think we've ever seen before. This one's a 1976 International Scout 2.
Yeah, and a lot of them custom similarly as well. So yeah, this one having a 4-inch lift and then the 33-inch tires, they're pretty obvious. But once again, stock drivetrain, 304 cubic inch V8. This one though, a 3-speed manual, so nice to be able to row your own gears there. But yeah, great with this one, but the same graphics and yeah, the bikini top.
These little trucklets had solid axles front and rear and leaf springs front and rear. So the ride, well, it was not a passenger car ride. These were pretty much the buckboards of the road. The ride was a bit rough and creature comforts were pretty Spartan. But the Scout 2 sold well for International and kept them in the game for quite a while.
Well, they did do a little bit of a yacht treatment there. It's like the faux teak you would put on a boat that you're refinishing for the interior. So you have a, year-round waterproof fun in the inside to make it a convertible, which, I mean, there's not much rain, I guess, in Arizona to really worry about. So why not make it a convertible full time? See the stereo upgrade there as well. Slight flare to the fenders. Yeah, this one's really well done.
The Scout originally came out as a 1961 model, went all the way through 1980, so at this point it was getting pretty long in the tooth, but you got to remember that the Bronco and Blazer were still cranking along, so they were trying hard to stay in that market.
And on this card is the original invoice for the truck, brand new, $5,729.70 is what I'm seeing. So, yeah, big difference.
Yeah, almost 10 times that original sales price, but you got to look at all the work that's gone into making that a custom International Scout 2. Well, we talked about the SUV craze, and we've got another Bronco up on the block, much more custom than the last one we saw.
Yeah, this one, the grille, the flares, everything in body color. Again, you got a big lift kit. You've got alloy wheels to go with it, and you've got manual locking hubs on the front. When the Bronco debuted, there was one body style, but there were 3 roof styles. First of all, no roof. That was the basic Bronco. They only sold 1,500 of those, so that model was gone after the first year. But you could get a roof that covered just the front seat, pickup truck style, and that also was not a big seller and didn't last long. Most of them came through with the full-length SUV style roof like we see here.
And once again, this one has a 302 cubic inch V8, just like the baby Bronco we saw earlier. So nothing too extreme when it comes to the drivetrain and the upgrades. But yeah, the slight lift definitely makes these look a lot better. Cutting that rear quarter is something you have to do if you want to fit the oversized tires. And yeah, this one's a great look with that hardtop.
Now, this is a very famous Mustang color, Brittany Blue. It's done here in very modern base coat, clear coat, so it has a tremendous gloss, but the new 60th anniversary Mustang, one of the colors will be Brittany Blue, but available on the coupes only, not the convertibles.
Brittany Blue right here just sold for $53,000, that 1974 Ford Bronco. All right, coming up this weekend, we have a trio of Superboards, but one of them is pretty special. It's got a Hemi under the hood. Here's Craig Jackson to tell you more.
It's Hemi time! This 1970 Plymouth Hemi Superbird is one of just 135 produced for the model year and is powered by its original matching numbers 426 Hemi V8 hooked to the upgraded 18-spline A833 Hemi 4-speed manual transmission with a Hurst pistol grip shifter. This bird has had a high-quality Alpine white repaint, and it retains its original vinyl top. This Superbird retains most of its original interior, factory 150-mile-an-hour speedometer, the odometer that displays 25,150 miles. The exterior features the unique recognizable front nose cone and the towering rear spoiler with the Roadrunner graphics in the back. Best part, this beautiful Superbird 4-speed is selling at no reserve. Be there on the auction block and drive it home.
One of the spectacular cars you'll see crossing the block on Super Saturday coming up this week during our live coverage on the History Channel. Up on the block right now, a 1969 Camaro Yenko Recreation.
Yeah, this one is a true resto mod. Looks just like any 1969 Camaro on the outside, but it's got a 496-inch big block, 3-speed automatic, QA1 coilover suspension, Caltrax rear, Willwood disc brakes. So a lot going on under the skin here.
$53,000 for that Yenko Recreation. Pulling up right now, how about a 1959 Ford Fairlane 500? This is a Skyliner Galaxy convertible. This is the one that April previewed for us.
Wow. Well, it's the end of the 50s, and that was the high water mark in Detroit for chrome and glitz. And just look at this gleaming, all of the stainless steel and chrome, not only a hood ornament, but fender ornaments as well, dual outside mirrors, and that tri-tone upholstery. Wow, it's the 50s, all right.
Yeah, 390 cubic inch V8 under the hood, and this one is a Sunliner, not a Skyliner, with that giant retractable hardtop that added 400 pounds of weight and all the massive hydraulics. A little bit easier to live with, I feel like, with these, and yeah, you still get that fantastic look.
Yeah, the thing you really get with this over the Skyliner is the fact that you get a trunk. That Skyliner was so spectacular and beautiful, but when it went back into the trunk area, you had almost no space to store anything. So the great thing about this 1959 as a Sunliner is plenty of places to store your, well, whatever you want. All the people going into the drive-in movie, for example.
Yeah, the retractable hardtop convertible was something brand new for Detroit. They had a bin that was walled off, so you had room for your luggage, but don't put stuff outside that because all of the top mechanism would interfere. So this has a standard convertible top. This has fender skirts, power disc brakes, power steering. This is a very highly equipped car.
Yeah, looking at some of the receipts here, so yeah, quite a few as far as the overhaul receipts. You can see as far as repairs right here, yeah, $9,000 spent going through the engine as far as an overhaul, so that's a big receipt there. Another $3,000 going through doing all the fluids, rebuilding the carburetor, so this thing has been freshened up.
I'll tell you what, it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $35,000. That is an awful lot of car, and the Summit Racing sticker goes on, and away it goes for $35,000. Very, very nice. Love the color, that colonial red or flame red and colonial white. Up on the block now, there's another one that April previewed for us yesterday, a Chevrolet El Camino from 1960.
Well, I have a 60, second year for the El Camino. You can tell from the emblem that this was born, see the V, with a 283 small block V8. There were different emblems if you had a 6-cylinder or the big 348 W block. Tasco turquoise inside and out with the white roof. And this retains all of its original stainless steel trim, as the El Camino was built on the very basic Chevrolet for 1960, the Biscayne.
So, Mike, what made you gravitate to the 1960 versus all the other years of El Caminos? Most people want the 70 to look like the Chevelle SS.
My first car, Tyler, was a 60 Impala convertible. I didn't want another one, but I thought, well, hey, how about if we took an El Camino and Patrick Pogrant here in Phoenix and John Bradley upgraded it with all the Impala trim inside and out. So I had a car truck that would haul, but it was just as luxurious as the Impala I remembered.
Have you hauled anything big in it?
Me? No. But we're having a lot of fun with it, that's for sure. So this was built on the Biscayne 2-door station wagon. Here the bed has been redone without the smuggler's box. This little just emblem here, all it does is hide where the window crank for the 2-door station wagon's rear window would have lived.
This one just went away, $42,000 for a 1960 El Camino. I put the price on the sticker so everybody can see when you're walking around what each car sold for. Well, coming up, we're going to see a 1948 Buick Roadmaster Custom go across the block. A lot of work done to this. 502 cubic inch engine, 502 horsepower. Underneath, it rides on an Art Morrison chassis. It'll be up on the block soon. Big money up on the block for a 1971 Mustang Mach 1 to 429 Super Cobra Jet.
With a Deluxe Marty report explaining everything it was built with, bright red with all of the flat black trim and the biggest engine you could ever get in a Mustang.
And it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $97,000. Not quite six figures, but very, very close. We've already had a couple of six-figure cars cross the block. So hopefully we'll have a few more before the day's out. Right now we got a 1949 Willis Americar Custom.
What a beautiful car. Blue over silver, a little bit of green pinstripe to separate the colors, and a shape that every kid of a certain age built one of those Revell model cars, maybe the Stonewoods Cook Gasser that would go down the drag strips, or Ohio George Montgomery. They both raced Willis-bodied cars. Just an iconic hot rod shape.
Yeah, it's got that 9-inch rear end, serpentine belt system. They've done all kinds of work, and it's hard to tell because you can't look at the engine right now, but it's got a high-rise intake, and they've kept carburation. It's got a 4-barrel carb underneath there.
Now, this is a fiberglass-bodied car, so it is a replica, but it's all been the trim, the door handles, everything have been shaved. Pretty sharp presentation.
Yeah, these Willis cars are ones when you say, Willis, you think hot rod before you think of the original. I think most people in their heads couldn't picture what these look like stock, because every time you see one, it looks like this, shaved and smooth, all the right places. You wouldn't know it's a Willis in stock form. Honestly, I have trouble picturing it in my head. But yeah, no door handles on this one, no trim at all as far as chrome, debumpered, and yeah, Boyd Coddington wheels on it, which one of my first Barrett Jackson I went to in the early 2000s, I got an autograph from Boyd Coddington in my little pamphlet that I kept. You were talking about it earlier, Rick, people collecting and writing down their pamphlets. That's what I did when I was a kid.
And he still got it. $50,000 for that 1941 Willis AmeriCar Custom. And honestly, up close, it looks absolutely beautiful. All up on top and down below. Let's check in on the staging lane. That's where all the cars line up before they come up onto the block. And of course, even before they get to the staging lanes, this is the pre-staging area. And that's, once again, your last chance if you're a potential buyer to look at a car before it gets into the chaos of the auction room. And once again, I've talked about this before. It's a great chance. Talk with the driver, and oftentimes it's a Barrett Jackson driver who's getting into the car, like that gentleman right there. He can tell you how it starts, how it runs, how it brakes. Get a little extra information before it's up on the block and before you bid for that car. Meanwhile, a 1972 Dodge Demon 340 is center stage.
Always liked the shape of these. These were really sharp two-door hardtops. The Dodge Demon and the Plymouth Duster. Very potent when fitted with the 340 cubic inch engine, as we see here, and this one with a manual transmission. It's been to a bunch of Chicagoland Mopar events, and there's a decal on the quarter windows that says this is part of Mr. Norm's Dyno Tuned group. Mr. Norm was Grand Spalding Dodge in Chicago at the corner of Grand Avenue and Spalding, of course. Norm Kraus, boy, he was the king of Midwest Dodge high performance.
Now let's take a look at the chassis cam, because this thing had a $250,000 restoration on it. Pretty crazy. Yeah, there's the bottom of that 340 and the Q81 front suspension. 4-speed manual transmission coming out to, let's see. Well, you can't see the differential because of that exhaust. There we go. Coming up back to the differential there. Very, very clean underneath. Every bit of that $250,000 restoration. And yeah, we just crossed into $100,000.
Yeah, they love it here. Beautifully detailed engine bay. 4-speed car. These were very lightweight. These were street sleepers. Big motor, lightweight presentation in the local stoplight Grand Prix. These did well.
As Tyler mentioned, the consignor says $250,000 was spent on the restoration for this. And as you can see, there's a couple of committed bidders who have been going after each other. Well, he was committed up until that moment. And there it goes for $115,000. That 1972 Dodge Demon going to that gentleman who's standing by on the auction block, willing to spend big money for a car that's been done beautifully. And that is now the #2 sale of the day here on Wednesday at Barrett Jackson. #2 only to a 2012 Corvette that sold for $300,000 earlier in the day. 1966 Pontiac GTO is up on the block right now.
Well, this was the first year that the GTO became a separate model from the Tempest Custom or the Le Mans. This one nicely detailed with the rally wheels, the fog light looking turn signals in the grille. And this was delivered new in Albuquerque, New Mexico in March of 1966 and remained with that family until just 2 years ago. And it's won multiple awards since its restoration. Since 2022, it's been in the Blackhawk collection. And boy, what a beautifully restored GTO this is.
Yeah, and what a great story, having one owner for basically 40, 50 years until ending up in a museum. And that palmetto green was a great color. What do you say, Mike?
So that's Steve Davis as he talks about this one. Love the paint. Palmetto green is the color. Very restful looking shade. Two-door hardtop body style. Parchment seats in what Pontiac called Morocide, which was a vinyl. And you got the Morocide white seats and door and side panels, and then black carpet and dash. Automatic car with a full console.
Well, we got 3 bidders who are interested in this one. As you can see, one on the block, one at the front of the chairs, one else in the, and then we got one that's just joined in the skybox. You got 4 different bidders working on this.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a GTO with the paint any more perfect than this one.
Just sold on the block, $65,000 to that gentleman right there. And once again, palmetto green, beautifully done. The first year that it was its own model for the 1966 Pontiac GTO. All right, our first mid-year Corvette is getting ready to cross the block for today, a 1964 Corvette.
Well, this one has been upgraded with a Stinger hood off a 1967 that you would have found on the big block cars in the last of the mid-years, but no harm, no foul. A lot of folks would do that. This is a resto mod, has upgraded wheels, tires, and are those the original stock brake drums? Yes, they are, because through 1964, the Corvette had drum brakes. Discs didn't come along until 65.
Also that didn't come along till 65 was the big block, first in the 396 and then the 427. So 1964, you get the 327. Fuelie option was the performance one. This one isn't a Fuelie, but yeah, we have the big block hood, the side pipe exhaust. We have all that look.
Good bit of customizing going on here. A 5-speed manual transmission has been added, as have high back bucket seats. Very different from the way this one rolled off the line.
So I had a 66 427 and added the 5-speed Tremec. And man, what a big difference with that 4-speed. Having that extra gear for the highway, I mean, all the difference in the world. 80, 85 miles an hour, no problem. The aerodynamic body of the C2 lent itself really well to modern speeds as well. So I feel like if you're going to use the car, that is a must-have upgrade.
I'd say this one would be a great car to drive. $57,000. You don't have to worry about the original engine. They've already customized it in certain ways, made it a little bit better. Why not buy this and enjoy it?
Those high bucket seats would be a lot more comfortable too.
$59,000 for a 1964 Corvette with that 327 cubic inch engine under the hood. That Stinger hood that's sitting on top. Looks great under the lights here at Barrett-Jackson. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, Scottsdale, our Wednesday coverage here on FYI, and those are the exotics that will be crossing the block on Saturday. We got Lamborghinis, Ferraris, a Pagani, amazing vehicles that will be crossing and bringing big, big money on Super Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson. Last 3 cars that crossed the block, you can see the prices down below, including that 1968 Mustang that sold for $92,000. It was a Bullet movie recreation. Up on the block, a car we previewed a little while ago, a 1948 Buick Roadmaster Custom.
Yeah, this one a fantastic job done on the 48 Buick body. It's shaved and smooth, lowered in all the right places, and that two-tone paint. Boy, these old Buicks really lend themselves well to customs. The Cadillacs as well.
Well, originally this would have had a straight 8, but it now has a 502 cubic inch GM Ramjet on a full Art Morrison chassis. So just a total hot rod custom build. Odd body shape compared to what would come a year later, but wow.
Yeah, black sapphire over that pearl green, beautiful paint. Those folks are high-fiving each other. Apparently that's what they came to get, and congratulations, $63,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey Rick, I'm with this gleaming 1957 Cadillac Series 62. These are just massive, but it gets even bigger because it's got the Continental kit right on the back there. The fins starting to pop out in 57. I love the emblem with the ducks showing through, and you got the jet age styling just shooting down with this beautiful trim. Inside, two-tone leather and a huge speaker down there. Only AM radio though, not too bad. But let's take a look under the hood with our engine cam, brought to you by Blueprint Engines. This one has a 365 cubic inch motor, which is showing really nice in the engine bay. Now, back in the day, this is the motor you wanted in the car. Everyone wanted to get their hands on, Rick.
Yeah, beautiful engine. I love when everything is detailed so nicely. Thanks a lot. And that's actually a great car. Big, huge thing will be crossing the block shortly. 1966 Chevy Nova, but this one's special. This is an L79 model.
It is dialed in. George Brady's #1 cars, and that needs to be a #1 price.
George Lyons of Erie, Pennsylvania is a new car dealer, but he finds a lot of these sharp customs and restores them and really brings cool cars to Barrett-Jackson like this one. So here's the Nova two-door hardtop. It's a 4-speed car. I looked at the 327 under the hood with the L79 high-performance version with the 2 camel's hump heads. This is just gorgeous.
Well, big money for a little car, $77,000 for that Chevy Nova, the SS L79. They just crossed the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Beautifully done. Once again, there's folks that love those Novas. They consider them pretty special. And when this L79 crossed the block, got a lot of attention.
And it had all the documentation with it, Rick. The lady who bought this for her son to drive to school kept it for 30 years before it passed on to the next set of hands and then get restored.
Did she realize what she was buying for her son, or did her son trick her on that one?
I liked her name, Pearl Parrott. Like kind of like a little lady from Pasadena, right?
I just love story cars. You know, if these cars could talk, but I think it's great when you have that backstory to share.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right now we got a 1968 Corvette, big block, 427 cubic inches, 390 horsepower.
Well, they wanted to make it obvious that it was a 427 with that massive bump on the hood for 1968. This one was originally a California black plate car, beautifully restored. And yeah, I believe this is a factory color, pretty unusual to see.
Yeah, it is. It's color code 992 and the unflatteringly named Corvette Bronze is what they call this. Note the luggage rack on the back. That's because beginning 1963, no Corvette had an opening trunk lid for a couple of decades. So what you could store behind the seats, plus what you could put on the luggage rack, is what you could carry.
$42,000. That's what it sold for. Not bad for a big block, all restored with that L36 427 cubic inch engine under the hood. 1967 Chevy 2 Nova. This one's an SS, but this one's a custom.
Well, the only Chevy you could not get in SS trim in 1967 were the Corvette, which didn't need an SS trim, and the Corvair. Yes, even the Nova could be an SS. This one with a V8 and an automatic transmission has had a bit of freelancing done on the inside, aftermarket wheels as well.
Yeah, beautiful pillarless coupe there. This one, yeah, we have sort of a mystery V8 under the hood. It doesn't labeled exactly what it is on the car card, so maybe we can get it up and see. But yeah, this one showing, you know, probably a driver quality paint job. So yeah, what do we got there? 350, 327?
Probably. Now take a look at the cylinder heads and look particularly at the casting marks on the end. See those 2 humps? Those are the camel's hump heads. Those are the ones you want in a mid-1960s through about 1969 or 70 in your small block V8. Those were the best heads that came from the factory at that time. Meaning they had the best flow through the ports and the biggest valves, intake and exhaust.
Well, you see that bidder assistance is getting a lot of steps in today as she chases down from one bidder on the auction block to another one, and that's the one who just came away the winner, $40,000 for a 1967 Chevy 2 Nova Custom that crossed the block. Coming up in just a little bit, how about a 1972 GMC Custom pickup truck? This one has had a full frame-off rotisserie restoration. It's got a 5.3-liter LS engine, automatic transmission. They've done so much work on this underneath and up on top. It'll be here soon. Sometimes it's amazing anybody's got a voice left after a full week of Barrett Jackson. Those bidder assistants trying to make sure that the auctioneer is hearing the bid that's coming sometimes from quite a distance away. Right now we got a 1969 Camaro Custom.
Well, this was born as a rally sport, which means the hideaway headlights. The D80 spoiler package was added, and so were the stripes, as this is done as a Z28 replica. Has aluminum heads on its small block 302 cubic inch V8, LT1 valve covers and headers on this one.
And this one just went away for $50,000. He'll sign the paperwork, agree to pay a 10% buyer's commission, hand his drink over, and he gets to take away a pretty spectacular looking custom Camaro. All right, you say you want one like that, but you're not into blue. You'd really prefer something maybe in tuxedo black? Well, have we got a deal for you. This one, a 69 Camaro with a 383 stroker engine.
Well, and what a difference a year makes as far as the nose there with the 69. And this one's quite a bit different as far as it being a tribute to nothing, really. It's a 383 under the hood, and this one's tubbed in the back, so it's much more of a pro street build. Big power, had a great rumble when it crossed the block, and a roll bar. So, yeah, very pro street Camaro here.
This one has the standard grille with the non-hideaway headlights, aftermarket brakes and wheels, factory bucket seats, roll bar, no back seat, and a little short console. There are the D80 rear spoiler up, and the big nitrous bottles.
Sneaky, very sneaky. Is that cheating? You have the nitrous in the back of it. Obviously, you have the tub with the giant rear tires to hook all that power up when you do hit the nitrous button. Wow. Yeah, there's the switch on the shifter. You can see it. Yep. Somebody's having some fun with this thing.
Yeah, that little red button at the top of the shifter, it's like, you know, like you're shooting your missiles with that thing. It's great looking. That gentleman right there comes away the winning bidder, $57,000. Congratulations. Well, yesterday we had a lot of fun as the Stuart Berkowitz collection was crossing the blocks. A lot of movie and TV, well, real vehicles as well as some replicas. And up on the block right now, we have the first for today of the Berkowitz collection. And this one is a motorcycle, a Yamaha Enduro, made up to look like a Batcycle recreation from the first generation of the Batman TV show.
Well, Dr. Berkowitz, it was his aim to build a museum for TV and movie cars and motorcycles. Burt Ward has signed this one, and he acquired a lot of originals that were used in the movie and TV industry. If he couldn't get the original, he would commission a very faithful replica, and that's what's been done here. The Batcycle is this Yamaha Enduro, 125 cc's, and this go-kart actually can extend and take off separate from the cycle.
Yeah, and we have the real Batmobile selling on Super Saturday. And Mike, I'll rock the Robin tights if you want to rock the Batman tights. I'm in.
Well, should be fun.
You know, not only signed by Burt Ward, but we also saw in the gas tank, they also have a Adam West signature. So the two key players from the original Batman series signed this thing.
Signed by actor Burt Ward, man who played Robin.
Of course, this was not used in the very beginning of the show. This came in, I think, a number of episodes in. I think it was one of the Penguin episodes when they used this thing.
Well, there was a Batcopter, a Bat Cycle, a Batgirl Cycle. We're going to see a bunch of them. Either the original or very faithful recreation for the museum that Dr. Berkowitz had hoped to build, but sadly he passed away. And the family has decided to sell off these vehicles. They also have sets that were used on TV shows and movies and costumes, which are not here at Barrett-Jackson, but contact information will be provided to the winning bidders of these vehicles should they wish to acquire some of those.
$55,000 for a 1966 Yamaha Enduro, but more importantly, a Bat Cycle recreation with the autographs of Burt Ward and Adam West. All right, you say you're more of a Bat Girl kind of person? Well, we got a deal for you. How about this 67 Yamaha that's done up as a Bat Girl Cycle recreation?
Well, this is also an Enduro DT 125, but you know what this reminds me of was in the 50s when all the boys had Lionel trains, and Lionel came up with a girls' train. It was the same train cars and engine, but in pastel colors. Didn't sell very well, very valuable now. So the Batgirl wanted her own cycle. Here it is.
Well, this one also has lots of lace in the front, sort of flowing like a dress. You know, Batgirl in the modern age is, just as dark and as Batman himself, wearing the same black. But in the TV show, well, they didn't mind making her a little more feminine. I like it personally. The tassels and all that stuff.
So the Batgirl was the daughter of Commissioner Gordon. She was added to the cast, and boy, everything about this is so politically incorrect today, right?
I suppose you're right. Yeah, how Batman has evolved over the decades from, goofy, campy TV show to Tim Burton's still sort of campy fun to the serious Dark Knight with the voice, and now sort of a crime thriller with the latest version of it. So, Batman has evolved quite a bit.
Commissioner Gordon's daughter was Barbara, and the alter ego was Batgirl. And I think it was like Yvonne Craig or somebody who was the actress who played Batgirl. But once again, like you say, nothing politically correct about it. But here it's sold at Barrett-Jackson, $27,000. Up on the block right behind it, we're staying in the Batman world. From two Bat Cycles to a Bat Boat.
Oh, push the button for ludicrous speed, will you? Okay, the Polaris that's hauling it is not included. Okay, you don't get the Polaris, but you get the Bat Boat. And what another just great piece of whimsy this is. This started out as a Glastron V174 and was used in the 1966 film Batman the Movie, following season 1 of the TV show. And then it continued in years 2 and 3. This has a Mercruiser L6 stern drive as the actual power source, but it was designed to be, a fusion type machine, and the stern drive and engine are hidden from view.
Yeah, they kind of did the top half of a jet-powered boat. They had the nuclear sort of style, wild noises as that went through like it was some crazy powered jet boat with that massive fin. Boy, this thing is fantastic. It kind of reminds me of Mike found the horn. It kind of reminds me of the Batmobile with the dual windshield there.
Everything is metal flake, as it was in the 1960s. Even the vinyl upholstery is a blue metal flake.
I'll tell you what, getting a lot of attention. We just hit $100,000. And it's still going. The Bat Boat here at Barrett-Jackson just hit 6 figures and sold for $105,000. Now, this is just a recreation, but it's done so well, and it got a lot of attention here at Barrett-Jackson. In fact, today, if you want to break into the top 5, you're going to have to spend at least $97,000 because 4 of the cars are 6-figure cars. And now we've got a Joker-mobile recreation from the Batman series.
Well, nothing was too over the top for the Batman series. This was supposed to be, this hot rod belonged to the Joker. There's a big block here under hood, twin scoops feeding the twin carburetors. Excuse me. That's the Klaxon style horn. And look at the upholstery. Shagadelic. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm also seeing Rolls-Royce grill on the front with a Spirit of Ecstasy. Kind of hard to see behind the Joker's head. But yeah, that's that dual carb intake on a classic car, but it's been modified quite a bit. It looks like a single intake there. And it even has a parachute. This thing set up as sort of a dragster mounted to the back. What a goofy thing. 2 surfboards for the headrest in the rear.
Who was the actor, Rick? Was it Cesar Romero? I believe so. This is just a great piece of whimsy. I don't know where you drive it. I don't know if you drive it, but wouldn't this be a lot of fun?
This began as a 1923 Ford Model T that was purchased by Dr. Berkowitz, Heath Dean.
Well, the interesting story about this is that with the original one that was actually built for the TV show was used in an Elvis Presley movie. They took it, repurposed it, turned it into the Joker mobile. It had another life.
Yeah, George Barris, in particular, had a great way of taking things and repurposing them into very special cars.
Description changes the catalog. 1968 Lincoln.
Sold for $33,000. And that puts a bow on our first 2 hours of live coverage here on FYI. But to tell you the truth, we are just getting cranked up on this Wednesday in Scottsdale. We still have 4 more hours to go. Welcome to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction here in Scottsdale in January. A total of more than 2,000 cars that are crossing the block, but not each one can come up the normal way. Some of them, well, they have to come in the back door because they're just so darn big, and that is exactly what we have right here. A Lincoln Continental that's been redone as the Animal House recreation Deathmobile.
So in the movie, D-Day lit up his cutting torch and he took Flounder's older brother's Lincoln Continental and turned it into this to ruin the Faber College homecoming parade. This is the only door that opens. It is musty and dusty in there, and as they cut this thing up to build it, a lot of the detritus is still just kind of lying around. I was in this earlier. I don't know why. I just kind of, you had to do it. To love John Belushi. But yeah, the real Deathmobile, the Star Car, Peter Reed had it. They brought it to Laguna Seca for the vintage races, but they wouldn't let it run around the track. They figured it would high side over the corkscrew, and he just sold it 2 weeks ago. Peter says it's going to a museum in Alabama, but this is a very faithful replica of the one that was not crashed during the climactic parade scene.
$27,000. And we should point out this is one of the vehicles in the Stuart Berkowitz collection, a man who is gathering all kinds of great movie and TV memorabilia. He's had tons of vehicles, many of which are crossing the block this week. We saw a lot cross yesterday, even more today, like this one, a 1976 Ford Grand Torino. Yep, you guessed it, a Starsky and Hutch recreation.
All right, Tyler, you want to do the slide across the hood?
I don't dare. I might get fired. But yeah, that would be very, very fun to do. Most certainly. You know, the Dukes of Hazzard, and they're famous for sliding across the hood, and in Starsky and Hutch. And now this one, they did put it down as a recreation, but there's a little bit of conjecture on it because it is from, I believe, Fox Studios. It's thought to be the number 3 as far as the striped tomato used in the series, but just to be safe, I think they're calling it a recreation. But they did actually make these into production, so they did actually sell, I think, 1,000 examples with this red and white stripe. But you can see they've got the alarm, whatever on top, and then of course the radio, police radio inside, the siren on top. Sorry about that.
And the sun visor here on the passenger side has been signed by Paul Michael Glaser and David Soul, the actors who portrayed Detective Starkey and Detective Hutchinson. There are those autographs. Boy, I think for a while, everybody who had a red two-door Torino painted it up like one of these tomatoes.
Well, that's interesting. They were just about to hammer it closed, and indeed they did. At the very last second, the phone bidder was trying to put in one last bid. But this gentleman right here is the winner. He gets the highest bid because they didn't hear that last bid coming in. And the auctioneer is the captain of the ship. If he decides that it's time to move on, that's when they move on. All right, from Starsky and Hutch to Tommy Boy, a 1967 Plymouth Belvedere, a recreation of the car used in the movie from 1995, Tommy Boy.
Yeah, Chris Farley. Gosh, what a wonderful talent. This is a recreation of the car from the movie, one that was very much like it. And a little bit of movie trivia, if you will. Did you know comedian Chris Farley is the first cousin of Ford CEO Jim Farley? Take a good look and you'll see the resemblance.
Well, we know we got the name, but I think I need the genealogy work to prove it. Once again, another car from the Stuart Berkowitz collection. And boy, we saw so much fun stuff. And many of the vehicles in our top 10 are from that collection. I mean, yesterday we saw that Beverly Hillbillies custom done by George Barris, the Jethro hot rod that sold for $150,000.
Well, and this one is a tribute. The one in the film was thoroughly trashed, if I remember correctly. But David Spade, also in the film with Farley, and he's a big Mopar fan, had it in many of his films, including most recently we saw the Joe Dirt Daytona sell in Palm Beach. So he's a big fan of Barrett Jackson, has been to numerous auctions, and definitely a big Mopar fan. So it's easy to see why these found their way into the films, a Belvedere like this.
Yeah, David Spade actually grew up here in the Valley going to Barrett Jackson, so he's a big car guy, and the fact that he gets to both buy and sell here is a great thing. $23,000 for that Tommy Boy recreation of a 1967 Plymouth Belvedere to that gentleman right there. Not sure if he wanted the Belvedere or he wanted the Tommy Boy connection. Either way, he's got it. Wow, an amazing sky here in Scottsdale. Arizona has such great sunsets. A little bit of cloud cover today, and kind of kept the temperature up just a little bit. It was kind of chilly earlier in the week. I think the high was only 59 yesterday. Today it was supposed to get closer to 70 degrees. And up on the block right now, we've just sold this Gladiator pickup truck. It's all customized, and away it's going to go for $88,000. Rolling up behind it, a 1972 GMC custom pickup truck. This is a truck we previewed just a little while ago.
Yeah, what a fantastic example of a custom pickup 72 here. Frame off rotisserie restoration, and it definitely shows. Under the hood, 5.3 liter V8, so it has been LS swapped. And yeah, that two-tone treatment is fantastic. But yeah, look at the beautiful LS there under the hood. Power brakes as well, all the upgrades that you would want, except, well, I'm not seeing the air conditioning. That would be nice to add. But yeah, the stance is just perfect. I love the sort of period correct wheels they have milled out that have that classic look, but oversized tires to put, oversized wheels to put modern tires. But yeah, that lower area, two-toned, and everything just looking fantastic. One thing I also like is they got rid of the fuel door on the side. You can see it. They have the inlet in the bed for the fuel tank just to throw it in there directly and not disrupt the beautiful sidelines of this truck.
67 through 72 Chevrolet and GMC pickup trucks are truly hot, and this one's been done beautifully. GMC, you know, slightly different look. There you see that fuel filler that Tyler was talking about. If you go up front to the front, that's where you can really tell the difference between the GMC version and the Chevrolet version. The GMC version has a heavier looking grille. The Chevrolet version is a finer one. But 1973, they go to the next generation, sometimes called the square body pickups. Boy, these 67 through 72s get so much attention.
Yeah, I got to say, I do love the grill from the last year of this style. And it definitely does set off really well. Unusual color choice, sort of like a Daytona Sunset Metallic is what it reminds me of, sort of a Corvette color, sort of a orange bronze with the white top. Yeah, everything really pops with this truck.
Yeah, that paint job almost glows. And, boy, everything they've done to it, they've got power brakes. And, you know, when you were showing that engine compartment, they shaved the firewall. A lot of work went into this, and this one just sold to a new owner for $48,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm in hot rod heaven out here in the pre-staging lanes with this 1933 Chevy Master. Now, the first thing you ask when you see a hot rod, is it the real deal steel body or fiberglass? This puppy is the real deal, and I love the look of the raked front end. Bumper delete off of this to show these gorgeous body lines, pod style headlights, old school but new school with the LEDs right up there. I gotta show you back here. Now the doors, the handles, still right back here, but guess what? It opens up front like a suicide door. Great way to hide that. You got modern diamond stitch seats, billet style wheel, modern toggle switches, and of course I love cup holders. You always need that. Continuing back here, beautiful 3-color treatment. You sort of see that metallic flake in the blue out here in the beautiful sunset pod style tail lights. They filled in the trunk in the back. I mean, this is so fun. I love seeing all the variety of hot rods that come through Barrett-Jackson, Rick.
Yeah, you're only limited by your imagination. I love the blue, the white, and the gray. Speaking of being limited by imagination, we're closing in on 6 figures for this 1976 International Scout II Custom.
There it is, $100,000. We've seen a lot of Scouts here at the auction, maybe a record number. There's the first one to cross into 6 figures. Easy to see why. Beautiful rotisserie restoration, great color, the graphics on there, 304 cubic inch V8 under the hood, perfect lift on it, off-road tires. They call it Bad As AZZ Orange and dynamic black roof accents.
The nickname for this thing is Billy Goat, and just about everything you'd want to see on a custom SUV is here. And I think we've seen the biggest money so far for a custom Scout. This one just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $107,000. A 1957 Chevy Bel Air Custom up on the block, and let's listen to what they've got a special guest who's coming up to talk about this vehicle and the importance and why it is here.
Assembly plant. Here's the reliable pick of the day.
Yes, sir. I'm going to be better than 100 grand. I'm going to be better than 10, 20. I'm going to be 20 down, better 30. I'm going to be 30, 40. I'm going to be 40. I'm going to be better than 35, 5. I'm going to be better than 30. I'm going to be 5, 40.
Well, this one is represents the Tri-5 series, a 1957 Bel Air Custom, and of course powered by a V8 engine, and that's exactly what it's supposed to have. Not wildly customized, designed to look pretty stock, as more of a resto mod kind of styling with the wheels.
Yeah, I do like the, I believe they are, yes, Foose wheels on it, and it does have a slight lowered stance, convertible top, and yeah, 57 the other line for the Tri-5. Yeah, the beautiful, beautiful interior as well, two-tone and convertible. So the perfect mild custom here. Maybe a little bit of an older resto or custom, showing a bit of wear, but still very, very nice.
Note the gold tone of the grille and the V and Chevrolet sign on the hood. That was standard with the Bel Air. It was very much an upscale trim package and a model line of its own in 1957. And that fluted aluminum down the sides, that extrusion, found only on the Bel Air. They wanted everybody to know that you paid up for the top-of-the-line Chevy in 1957.
Yeah, you had your choice of 3 different models, the 150, the 210, or the Bel Air. And you got to remember, back then they didn't have multiple Chevrolets. I mean, yeah, they had a Corvette, but you didn't have a Corvair, you didn't have a Chevelle, you didn't have a Nova. If you were buying a Chevy for your family, this is what you were going to buy. The only question was whether it was a 110, a 150, a 210, or a Bel Air.
And 1957 was the first year of fuel injection offered on Chevys, of course, in the Corvette and in the Bel Air. That makes a very, very rare Bel Air when it has the Rochester fuel injection.
Sold for $60,000. Let's listen to Craig Jackson.
Anywhere in the 48 United States, not including Hawaii or Alaska.
And that comes from Reliable. Bob Sellers here is the Vice President and COO. Get ahead of myself here. And he has been coming to Barrett-Jackson for 30 years. This is his 30th Barrett-Jackson. Tens of thousands of cars have been transported. Reliable has been our exclusive carrier for over a decade, and mine personally. And I just want to thank you for all the years. Here is your crystal gavel for the 30 years of Barrett-Jackson. All the support, all the love you give our cars, all the times we call you at the last minute and said we need to pick this car up in the middle of nowhere and get it down here, always makes it work out. Thank you. You've been wonderful to all of us. Give him a hand. 30 years of Reliable Barrett-Jackson. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of great people that make this happen. Some of the employees here at the company who have been here a long time, bidders, consigners who have been here a long time, and of course, the folks at Reliable who transport an awful lot of the cars who have been a part of this. 30 years, you get a crystal gavel. I think, Mike, you and I only have another 6 or 7 years to go. We got our crystal gavel. What do you know? 1972 Chevy C10 Custom.
Boy, beautiful custom dark candy apple paint on this one. This one has a 2012 SS Camaro LS3 engine, Hooker headers, Blackheart exhaust, vintage air. There is that heart transplant. Still retains air conditioning, custom suspension, Bayer disc brakes, custom paint, and that 2012 Camaro donated not just the engine but the dashboard to this car. So that's a very cool swap. You don't often see. Here's a look at it in through the driver's window. Very sharp.
Yeah, and that engine cover is to match the paint is from the Camaro as well. But yeah, look how they seamlessly put that in there, along with the the console shifter from the Camaro as well, the automatic. That's the first time for me seeing something like that, but it's very, very well done.
And you think about it, in many ways, that's what hot rodding is all about. That's how it started. People would take bits and pieces from various cars and put it together in such a way that, well, it turned into the car they wanted. So to have something, and I love the fact that they stayed within the Chevrolet family and brought that Camaro touch into this customized pickup truck. I love the fact that they pulled that off.
Well, and probably easy to make everything work, because if you have a full Camaro donor car, you got the transmission, you got the shifter, you've got the ECU. It looks like the battery terminal box and all that stuff was swapped in as well. So no need to buy anything aftermarket. You got everything right there, I suppose, other than the motor mount arms and a few things.
Yeah, it's got Bayer brakes, and it just sold to that gentleman right there. I know purchased a vehicle a little bit earlier today here at Barrett-Jackson. Final price for that one, $70,000 plus the buyer's commission.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Another spectacular sunset here in Scottsdale on a beautiful day. Nearly 70 degrees and up on the block right now. Guess what? Big money, 6 figures for a 1965 Corvette.
With the knockoff wheels and the side pipes. Not sure if it was born that way, but here we are at $105,000 for that Stingray Coupe.
That's the final price. And now if you want to break into the top 5, that's the number it's going to take, $105,000. That is our 6th six-figure car of the day, with the number 1 sale so far, $300,000 for a Corvette from 2012. Heading into the exotic world, a 2010 Lamborghini Gallardo. This is an LP564 Spider.
So Volkswagen Audi was on a buying frenzy in the late 90s. They bought Bentley, they bought Bugatti, and they bought Lamborghini. And this was sort of the first iteration of a Lamborghini with Audi quality touches meant for mass production. At the time, it was the most produced, the highest production Lamborghini ever. This one towards the tail end being the LP560, all-wheel drive V10, and you can't see the V10 in the back because of the Spider configuration. All this folds up in an electric top, but let me tell you, you can't see it, but you can certainly hear that V10 when this thing revs up. Paddle shift transmission as well. They call it E-gear in the Lamborghinis. A little over 500 horsepower.
Well, this one's been all murdered out. Everything is black. The taillights have been blacked out. The side windows and the windshield have been tinted black to a level that is probably not legal in many states.
Very, very illegal. I can't really see out the front myself. Might be a little bit of a hindrance if I remove that. But yeah, definitely gives it the sort of Batman look, which they had a Murcielago in the Batman films with Christian Bale as a car he drove, not the Gallardo. But yeah, you get all that look, but all the Volkswagen Audi reliable underpinnings. This was actually shared to the chassis with the Audi R8 as well.
Well, they did all that work, and yet they left the brake calipers bright yellow.
Well, we got a new owner for this one. The Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $86,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. All right, from one aspect of luxury and money to another. You know, from that performance to pure luxury. How about this? A 1993 Rolls-Royce Silver Spur. This is a Mulliner Park Ward touring limousine.
Well, Mulliner and Park Ward were originally two different carriage building companies and then body building companies for the English motor industry. They eventually did merge, and they did the conversion on this Rolls-Royce Silver Spur to make it into this touring limousine. There are all the familiar Rolls styling touches, and there is the big V8 underneath. Now, this one has had not only length added for limousine duty, but also height. It's had a 2.2-inch lift. And just look at how much room there is inside. And boy, that is the height of luxury right there.
Yeah, you see the refrigerator in the back. The cooler is down. Updated TV, but it would have had an older tube TV originally. So what do you think this cost new? It's listed up there, $450,000 in 1993 money. Holy smokes.
All right, but listen to this. I'm going to close the door. If this doesn't sound like a bank vault, oh, yeah. Sweet.
Yeah, great quality on these in the body. Also the ride, it had a mineral oil hydraulic suspension, so it absolutely soaked up the bumps. And that 6.75 liter V8, not all that powerful, but very, very smooth. Yeah, this thing's gorgeous and looks like it'll be really nice and original. I bet the miles pretty low. 10,400 miles, so yeah, very low mileage.
Rolls-Royce as a company refused to give out horsepower ratings for their engines. If you inquired, the response was simply adequate.
And during this time, Rolls-Royce and Bentley were built on the same assembly line, so they looked very similar. They tried to make the Bentleys a little bit more sporty with the turbo Rs, but still the same engines, the same transmissions, hydraulics. Rolls-Royce still ultimate in luxury.
Well, think about this. $450,000 new, just sold for $60,000 here at Barrett-Jackson 31 years later.
Think how cheap that is by the pound.
And you think about it, it's still a spectacular limousine if you wanted to, you know, truly impress everybody. A 1968 VW Type 2 microbus up on the block right now.
Well, the Type 2 had a lot of advances, the most visible of which is staring you right in the face. It's that big wraparound curved windshield on the Type 2. I love this candy green apple finish with the stock white. Beautifully done, and wait till you see the interior.
Yeah, that's pretty wild on the inside too, that green plaid in there. And then the Samba roof, you know, replaced with the Type 2 with sort of a metal slide back sunroof. But yeah, what a wild thing. And apparently this thing spent its entire life in the Phoenix, Arizona area, which is nice because these things do tend to rust if they're anywhere exposed to salt, snow, any bad weather. The body does look fantastic on this one.
Born a 1600cc flat 4, this one has been upgraded to 1800 cc's. I love the paint. This is just gorgeous, just beautifully done. Seating for 9, 3 rows of seats plus pretty large luggage area there. all because the engine lies beneath that luggage area. And oh my gosh, that is detailed every bit as
More
beautiful
colors.
as the outside.
Yeah, it does look very nice and tidy in there as well. You saw the battery on the right side, which is a very common rust area. The first thing to go on these usually, because the battery will fail in that acid and start rusting out in the rear quarter. But this one, yeah, it looks like it was really, really well preserved before the repaint.
I'll tell you what, $50,000, great money, but also a great car that they just bought. That beautifully done, beautifully painted with the upgraded engine on that first year of this body style for a Volkswagen bus. Something totally different rolling up behind it. I think this is the car that April previewed a little while ago, a 1957 Cadillac Series 62 convertible.
Boy, wasn't Cadillac the standard of the world? And look at that beautiful Cadillac crest that you'll probably see in about, 9 places on this car. See these little guys here? If you know your heraldry, those are merlettes. It's a French term. It's for the little ducks without the web feet showing. And they were part of the Cadillac crest until not too long ago. And just part of the attention to detail. The Twilight Sentinel is right behind that spotlight. That is a self-dimming headlamp, something we take for granted now, was pretty new back then.
Yeah, interesting to see the dual spotlights on this one, and yeah, the length of it just absolutely unreal, especially with that Continental kit that adds about a foot or a foot and a half to the rear bumper with the exhaust coming out on either side. So dual exhaust, what a wild looking thing here.
Continental kit. There is the 8th Cadillac crest on the car, 4 on the body and 4 on the hubcaps of the road wheels, and 1 there on the spare. 1 up here on the forward jet-looking fins of this. Wow.
And the blue interior, very unusual with the black. I wonder if it was factory. It was pretty unique. Only 1 Cadillac crest I'm seeing in there.
Wow, $65,000 for that incredibly long but nicely done 1957 Cadillac Series 62. And Mike, you mentioned those merlettes. You know, that's where they get the name the Blackwing for the modern Cadillacs, using the wings off of that earlier Cadillac, even though the modern Cadillac doesn't have that crest anymore. 1965 Ford F100. But this one's different. It's a custom electric pickup. They're calling it an E100.
Well, it sure has the look of being ridden hard and put away wet. My goodness. There's been no attempt to restore this truck. Instead, to just change it all up mechanically. Wow. It's got a 2-to-1 gear reduction box, a 2-speed transfer case, 10 Tesla battery modules totaling 52 kilowatt hours, give this an estimated range of 120 miles.
Well, I'm looking around to see if I can see where the batteries are mounted anywhere in the back, along the bed or whatever. They are not. Taking a peek underneath, so they managed to fit everything under the hood as far as the converters, the batteries, and then the drive motor going to the stock differential, which is something you certainly can do. Just choose whatever gear you want. You don't really need to use the clutch, and just go.
I'm here at the back of the driver's door where you would expect to find the gas cap on a Ford F100, and instead there's your charging port.
The future is now a rat electric, a rat truck, I suppose. But it's kind of cool to see the patina on this one. I totally get why they didn't choose to make the body all nice and shiny and such, because they are only original once. It's certainly not rusty. The body is preserved in that sense. But yeah, a lot of stories to tell with this truck.
Well, park it anywhere. Who's going to steal this?
Well, and it's interesting to think that they put all the batteries, all the electrical conversion up front. You think they would have spread out the weight from front to back, but no, they put it all up front. And like you say, it looks like it doesn't have anything special at all. I'd love to be able to lift that hood and see what's underneath. Tyler's trying.
I'm trying. I would love to see it, but it doesn't look. Oh, here we go. Come on. Fail, unfortunately.
You just need 3 more hands, that's all.
Total fail.
Nice try. But interesting, that one just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $15,000. Not an F100, but an E100. Away it goes, and as you mentioned, it's hidden in plain sight. Who's going to steal it? Because it just looks like an old pickup truck. We're going to take a break, but look at all those cars. More than 2,000 of them that will be crossing the block this week at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Scottsdale, Barrett-Jackson. This is the auction we wait all year for, and there we have the Meguiar staging lanes. And from a distance, we can see all the cars that gather just before they get up onto the block. And right there, you got that great-looking Firebird. We got a good-looking Corvette behind it, a nice second-generation Camaro beside it, a Chevelle over in the corner. Boy, it's just a spectacular car show. One of the best car events you could ever possibly go to. People talk about how this is truly a bucket list item coming here, and that's exactly what it is. $70,000 for this 2013 Ford Shelby GT500 that just crossed the block. Going up behind it, we're going to stay in the Ford family, and you think about it, this is the car in many ways that gave birth to the Mustang, a 1964 Ford Falcon Sprint Custom.
Well, and funny enough, Rick, it has a lot in common with the Mustang that just left the block, the GT500, because of what they've done under the hood. It has a modern 5-liter Coyote V8, and you can see right there, yeah, decades newer under the hood. They have that big bump out on the hood to fit it, but a lot of upgrades. The Mustang 2 front suspension, so upgraded suspension, brakes as well. So very unusual to see this on a Ford Falcon as far as all the upgrades, but certainly does look fantastic. And I got to say, the Mustang does get all the love, but the Falcon is a great-looking car itself with a trim that just sort of gradually widens out as it goes to the rear tail lights. You can see the Sprint badge on the back. So this one was maybe a V8 from the back, or at least it got the badges from it. And a lot of other little touches. I see inside you have the center console aftermarket, and it looks like a Shelby GT350 steering wheel and a push-button starter. So, like I said, a lot more in common with something from the 2010s than the 1960s. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and the point I was making with the Falcon is that the Falcon chassis was what was the foundation for the Mustang. They weren't building something all new with the Mustang, but they took that Falcon underpinnings and said, what else can we do with it? And whereas the Falcon has a traditional, cab that's right in the center, they moved that cab back just a little bit, the long hood, and they made the Mustang. But this one's $62,000. Pretty impressive for a Falcon Sprint with that massive 5-liter Coyote engine under the hood. Massive enough, I guess, a better way to phrase that. Well, the Barrett-Jackson Cup presented by Castrol is back again this year, and you, the fans, get to vote for the People's Choice Award winner. All you have to do is go to cup.barrett-jackson.com to vote for your favorite. And each one of those world-class customs that we saw across the block on Saturday, and which ones you think should win the award. Voting closes this Friday, January 24th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. So get your vote in now. Remember, go to cup.barrett-jackson.com to check them out. Boy, beautiful looking custom up on the block right now, a 1937 Ford.
So the 37 Ford is another one of those where when you think in your head, the first thing pops to your mind when you say 37 Ford is a custom. It's hard to think what they looked like when stock because there's so many more customs you see nowadays than stock, thanks to what I believe this one is probably a fiberglass kit on this one. Well, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, definitely shaved in all the right places. No Ford trim and no Ford power plant. This one has an LS, so a Chevy power plant. But look at all the detail of this thing. The LED lights just beautifully inlaid in, no trim around it, just seamless in there, almost like paint. And you can see he's lowering the air ride all the way to the ground right now, putting it at its full lowest stance. This is a stunning show car.
Well, let's take a look at it from underneath with the chassis cam. You mentioned the fact that it's got that LS engine. It's a 5.7 liter. We'll see it roll right there. Goes over a 4-speed automatic transmission. That's what's connected to it. It looks pretty nice all the way back. Everything silver. You know, those mufflers have had a little bit of road work, but not an awful lot. Going into a Ford 9-inch rear end, and that's what it looks like from underneath. And it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $75,000. Up on the block right now, a 1933 Chevrolet. This is a Master Custom Sedan, and I think this is the one that April was previewing for us. I love all the custom work on this, and it's nice to see one that's got a little extra room in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Unusual to see, you know, a mid-30s Chevy given the custom treatment, but it definitely works. So from the factory, the front grille wouldn't have been raked nearly as much as this, so they have a much more aggressive angle on it, and then that sort of the billet screen there. The headlights upgraded as well, bumper delete, and the two-tone treatment, or I guess sort of a three-tone, because you have the blue fenders and running boards, white up top, and then to follow the body lines on the hood, you have the blue and the gray there, just to accentuate what you would have found in 1933. The roof chopped quite a bit as well, and yeah, this being a metal body, that is a lot more work to do. It certainly shows.
Yeah, and to your point, you know, this would have had a standard upright grille, the kind that you would have seen on a Model A back in those days, although it was, you know, 33, 34 when we began to see the curved grills, especially in the Ford world. But for 1933 for Chevrolet, this is not the way it would have been born with. It would have had a much more upright looking position, and of course the most important thing is it wouldn't have had that lower windshield that you see up front. It would have had a much taller upright window.
Last minute bid there, so quite a bit of action, currently $52,000. And yeah, to recreate this, to build it, especially if you're a fan of Chevys, there's so many Fords from the 30s to buy, but not a lot of Chevys done up to this level with the metal bodies, so I can see why there's so much action in the room.
It does have a custom chassis underneath, the Roadster shop that's been stretched 2 inches to get just a little bit more room inside. And it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $55,000 to that gentleman right there. Coming up in just a little bit, we are going to see a really nice 1973 Pontiac Firebird Custom. Big block V8 engine under the hood, 6-speed manual transmission. And on the outside, that paint, the color is called Polar White.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson here in beautiful Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm in the pre-staging lanes. The sun has finally set, but it is still going on. We've got a lot of hot cars like this beautiful 1967 Malibu. Now, I had a 67 El Camino, which is basically the same from about here forward. They are so fun to drive, but here we go. Let's take a look under the hood with our engine cam, brought to you by Blueprint Engines. Now this one has a 462 cubic inch big block, which is a 454 board 40 over. This one's also dressed up to look like the original 396, true to the badging right here on the side, that call out. I love to see that, Rick.
Yeah, it looks great. In fact, we've got a Chevelle right there, and we also have a Chevelle up on the block right now, a 1965 Chevelle Malibu SS.
And this one's said to be an original SS. The grille with the dark background and the bright stainless steel. This one has an L79. That's a 327 cubic inch engine with a 350 horsepower rating. The M20 is a wide ratio 4-speed Muncie manual transmission. This thing looks so stock. I love it.
Yeah, and it's a numbers matching drivetrain, which is pretty incredible itself. They also noted the wheel covers are factory original as well, which look to be in fantastic shape. Hard to believe they've been on the car since new. Maybe they were new old stock and found, because all the trim, all the bright work, you know, it's not over restored. It's just perfect, I feel like, from how it would have looked when it left the factory. Very well done.
And nicely equipped. Tourer hardtop with bucket seats and a console. And of course, SS badging all around.
And they point out this one is part of the L79 registry. There's a registry out there where they collect the various vehicles, and this one is part of it. So it's got that great engine under the hood, and it's got the documentation to prove it.
two-door hardtop, no post. That's the preferred body style.
If one off, they also have a partial build sheet. Build sheets, a lot of them, didn't last very long, and even having a partial one is helpful. So that's what they've got. A little bit of documentation for this. $70,000 for a 1965 Chevelle Malibu SS. Remember, go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That's the place to get the full list of cars that are crossing the block all week long. In fact, if you want to check out some of the cars that are going to be crossing the block on Friday and Super Saturday, now's the time to go check them out. Because, boy, what an amazing list of vehicles are we going to see up here center stage. Another Chevelle, this one from 1966, but this one is a custom.
Yeah, and you get to see 1 year of evolution in the styling, which was pretty dramatic from 65 to 66. Much more muscly look in the front. Yeah, you can see the faux intakes there with the rally stripes. This one is a custom, upgraded to, I believe, a 396, a big block under there. And then in the back, very dramatic difference in the tail as well. You can see the tail lights are sort of inboard, which was a bit of a mistake, I feel like, because in 67 they corrected it to where it wrapped all the way around. So from the outside of the quarters, you couldn't see the brake lights, the tail lights. But yeah, much more muscly look in 1966.
Yeah, the taillights were recessed, and maybe that's because the back window was as well. That was a new styling feature, almost a flying buttress look there for 1966. The stripes have been added. It would not have had those. Floor shifter, full-length console, and a lot of SS trim.
They were about to hammer it sold, and as you can see, we've had two pretty strong bidders out on the floor. We got the bidder assistants working him, the one on top making it clear that he's got the bid. You got one up on the skybox as well. The gentleman trying to figure out whether he's going to stay in, but no, looks like he's walking away.
I like the front end of the 66, kind of with that wraparound grille, but I like the back end of the 67 that Tyler pointed out, and we're going to see one next.
$58,000 the price. That's the great thing about Barrett-Jackson. I mean, think about this. We just saw a 66 cross the block. Now we've seen a 67 sell, and the next car that crosses is going to be, is going to be the 67. A 65, a 66, and a 67 going in sequence. So, Tyler, you can point out the differences and how it improved in 67.
Well, yeah, most dramatic, as we pointed out in the rear, where it wrapped all the way around. But it's so cool that Steve Davis, the taillight's wrapping around, so cool that Steve Davis lines up the docket like that to make fun little tricks like this, see the year-to-year differences with the cars. He really does put a lot of thought and effort into the docket, putting together a good show for us and a good auction for Barrett-Jackson. But yeah, once again, here is a 396 under the hood. This one unrestored, other than one repaint, the same owner for 57 years. So you got the original, probably numbers matching 396 under the hood, and a 4-speed manual. Wow.
Yeah, bucket seats and a 4-speed optional wood steering wheel. No center console on this one, but it does have the buckets and long-term ownership. One repaint done very well in what I believe could be Marina Blue. And without time to look that up, well, let's just go with that. But all the SS 396 badging. This has the base steel wheel. This has a rally type wheel, excuse me, with the center cap and the trim rings and the red line tires.
This one was sold brand new in Canada, actually up in Alberta, Canada. It was built in the United States and shipped up there. And as you mentioned, had one owner for 57 years.
Pretty amazing to be a survivor from Canada with a body this nice. It's showing 84,000 miles on it, so it's driven some. I don't imagine it's been rolled over. That lends itself to the preservation of this with one repaint. The bright work, if it hasn't been redone, that's a miracle because it does look fantastic.
I need to correct myself. This was a GM Canada build.
This has a rear window defroster, not the defroster grid that we see today, but there's actually a fan and a blower to send hot air up to the rear window to defrost it. I imagine that would be all but a necessity in Canada.
The way that one goes, really solid money for that 1967 Chevelle. And we didn't bring a 1968 Chevelle behind it. We're going to go in a little different direction. This is a car we previewed just a little while ago, but we're going to talk about the cars that are out there right now. Once again, more than 2,000 of them here at Barrett-Jackson. every single one of these is crossing the block at no reserve. The most cars they have ever sold at one time here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. So that wraps up another hour of our Barrett-Jackson coverage today on FYI, but there's still a long way to go. In fact, we have 28 hours of live auction action coming your way this week yet to come. Hello and welcome to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. This is the event we wait all year for, 12 full months. When it comes back, boy, it is everything you expect it to be. And this year, bigger and better than ever. The most cars they've ever had. Every single one selling at no reserve, like this 1973 Pontiac Firebird Custom that we previewed just a little while ago, currently bid at $40,000.
Now this one reimagined like a Trans Am with the Trans Am spoiler, Trans Am style stripes, done in polar white with a not quite honeycomb style wheel, but cast alloy wheels, red interior, big huge tack where the gas gauge would be, but it's strapped to that steering column, so a little freelancing going on here.
Yeah, it's a custom. They've kind of, tried to homage to the original Firebirds, but I think they've done a really nice job taking it to the next level, and it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $42,000. Now, that would have been a 1973 version of what GM producing. This is a 1971, a Camaro RS Custom.
So the RS package gave you chrome bumperettes on either side of the grille, but note that the grille is surrounded by an Endura plastic over steel bumper. So you do get bumper protection all the way across. These look like driving lights, but they're actually just the turn signals, and that's the heart of the Rally Sport package.
Well, you can see the big bump in the hood that is certainly not stock. And yeah, the engine upgraded as well, 454 cubic inch. So a lot of power into the hood. The chrome wheels, not factory as well. Do like that they did a vinyl top. That's kind of unusual. Pretty neat.
So this has the D80 spoiler package front and rear. This is urethane. This is reproduction. And I can tell that at a glance because the original has a very light pebble grain finish. It's not smooth and shiny like these repros are. Now, a lot of these Camaros back then, vinyl tops were big. I had a 71 Z28 and it came with a white vinyl top. I thought, well, I'll just rip that off and paint over it. Oh, no. No, we didn't. We didn't. That would have been a fool's errand, right?
I would not want to find what's underneath and then have to deal with all of that. So, yeah, best to leave it alone. And I don't think it looks bad. Definitely breaks it up quite a bit. The trim going around, that spoiler. I think it's got a good look.
Second year for the second generation of the Camaro, and really it was a radically different car than what came for that first generation in 67, 68, 69. Most importantly, it had much bigger doors, no rear window for just above the rear seat. As a result, they have one long window and one massive door so people can get in and out.
These are not the original bucket seats. Those are aftermarket, and so is the center console and the hang under the dash air conditioning that have been added here.
Well, this 1971 custom Camaro just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $40,000. Now, I've been talking about the great cars coming up this weekend. Greg Jackson has a Porsche that he wants to tell you about.
We have a 1989 Porsche 911 Carrera, reimagined by Singer. It's powered by a 4-liter engine built by Ed Pink and features high-flow catalytic converters. The engine is tuned by an Entron ECU. The exhaust system includes a titanium muffler for weight reduction. It has an external center fuel fill right here in the middle of the hood and an external oil fill system. The suspension is an Olin Sport adjustable system configured for canyon road use with two-way adjustability. And it also features nickel-plated bumperettes, raised deck lid lettering, and the Singer script badging, all finished in 24-karat gold. The interior is trimmed in premium leather. The front seats are carbon fiber bucket seats designed for weight reduction and improved support. The cabin features black leather for the dash, roll tops, knee pads, and pillars. Best part, this beautiful Singer is selling at no reserve.
No shortage of spectacular cars that we'll see crossing the block on Saturday. Right now, we got a 1969 Mustang S-Code up on the block.
Well, it's a 390 V8. That's the S-Code, but that's how it was built. Now it has a 302 with aluminum heads, a new automatic transmission, and limited slip rear.
$57,000. That's the hammer price for that car. They'll write it on the sticker, and that Mach 1 will cruise away to a new owner. 1957 Chevy 3100 custom pickup up on the block right now.
Well, custom is the word. This has a very non-factory two-tone in what looks like Hugger orange and Battleship gray. Interesting? Whoa, different.
I like it personally. The powertrain is LS3 coming from Camaro from the 2010s. Automatic transmission, modern as well, and they have a C4 Corvette rear suspension setup. So all the upgrades in the right places. But yeah, definitely as far as the color goes, definitely a specialized taste with that one. But what is done very, very well.
Yeah, the gray is repeated in the interior. Surprise, no orange accents. Modern gauges, and this is done to a very high standard, and the paint is to a great quality. New wood in the bed as well, so very, very well done. You just have to love that color combination.
And the interesting story, according to the consignor, is that this wasn't a crate engine that they popped in there. This is actually from a Camaro. The Camaro, it had like 55,000 miles on it. They pulled the engine out, put it there, and they've also got a Corvette rear end on this. So I love the touches that they've used to put this special truck together.
Yeah, like I said, you can buy the entire kits from Wrecked Cars. You get the engine, transmission, ECU, and all that stuff. So you can imagine your brain and your heart is ripped out. You're in a Camaro, you're in an accident, you wake up, and you're in a 1957 Chevy pickup truck. And what happened?
It's quite an image. You've got that in my brain now. I wake up and I'm a pickup truck. Tow Mater.
Well, at least it's not My Mother the Car. We talked about that TV show yesterday, the Jerry Van Dyke Show, and the 1928 Porter that was used as My Mother the Car. And I found, Rick, there are episodes on YouTube of the one-season sitcom My Mother the Car.
Away that beautiful pickup truck, the two-tone orange over the gray with that Camaro engine, the Corvette rear end, off it goes into the distance. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. No shortage of hot rods that we're going to see cross the block. Had a lot of great ones today, and that's one of the ones that's in the South Showcase Pavilion. We call it the Equidome. A lot of normally the horse-related events in there, rodeos and such, but this week it is filled with all kinds of great automobiles that will be crossing the block before too long. Big beast of a pickup truck up there right now, a 1956 Dodge Power Wagon.
Well, very stock appearing this one in green and black. It's had a frame-off rotisserie restoration where the frame and then the body are placed on a rotisserie, much like you'd have on your barbecue. But that gives the restorer easy access to everything underneath as well as what's on top. It's a 230 cubic inch 6-cylinder, 4-speed manual transmission, 2-speed transfer case, a power takeoff, the original split wheels, correct spare tire, and otherwise standard Dodge Power Wagon. This one's ready to go to work for its new owner. Brand new custom white oak milled specifically to go in the bed of this one. Pintle hitch on the back of that big bulky steel bumper. Wow, what a workhorse.
Yeah, these actually had their roots in World War II, vehicles they were building for the war effort. They started building the civilian version, and they refer to these as the flat fender truck because, well, they have flat fenders up front. You see it, little table right there. And boy, these were just massive workhorses. Only 5 lug nuts, but I can tell you, these things are huge in just about every way possible. Big winch on the front, and this one just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $70,000. All right, now that is a massive beast of a vehicle. Rolling up behind it, something a lot smaller, at least up front, a 1952 Crossley fire truck.
You know, I believe we've seen this before at Barrett-Jackson, and I'm pretty sure I have childhood memories of this because it was built by Overland Amusement Company in Lexington, Mass, with a cab and chassis from Crossley, and was then sent to Catskill Game Farm in Catskill, New York. And Old Cars Magazine has featured it, and the Kitty Fire Department, they gave rides to kids in this. The ladders on either side, and yeah, here we go. The ladders would open, and the kids would climb in from the back, and then there's a bench where they could sit, where ordinarily, if this was a fire truck, you know, the hoses would be stacked. So you get all the kids loaded in, you tell them, all right, everybody sit down. The ladder provides a guardrail for the kids, and you'd go tour around the game farm. Boy, what a lot of fun. This one has received several awards, a junior, senior, and a preservation award. I don't know what you do with it, but I know you'd have somebody with a lot of grandkids is going to love this.
Or there's the Great Hall of Flame Museum here in Phoenix, which is the largest fire engine machine museum in the world. This would be a great addition for them. You know, I love the story of the Crossley, which is the vehicle they converted up front. You know, Powell Crossley, before World War II, looked into the future and said, you know, I think subcompacts are going to be the way to go. Turned out he was about 30 years too early in trying to leap into that world. But Powell Crossley was visionary in many ways, but he had these ideas for very small vehicles.
44 cubic inches and a whopping 26.5 horsepower.
And the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away it goes. Let's write the price on there for $55,000. I love the extremes, the swings from that massive Dodge Power Wagon to that tiny Crossley and the long, you know, kiddie ride behind it. Now we got a 72 Chevy K10 Custom.
This one has also received a frame-off restoration, standard cab, short bed pickup, Edelbrock power package. Behind it's a turbo 350 automatic transmission and a transfer case, so 4-wheel drive. Detroit lockers in the rear end, ceramic coated headers. There's a 2-inch cowl hood, a little bit of other customization, and a 4-inch lift to handle the 20-inch wheels and 35-inch tires.
And where so many builders go ahead and put big block engines or at least 302s underneath the hood, it's interesting that what they've done is they've stayed in the Ford family and they've gone with a 3.5-liter EcoBoost under the hood.
No, Rick, that car did not cross the block. This is the Chevy pickup behind it. Next page.
There we go. Got to stay attuned. Yeah, I guess all I do is look at that grill up front and know exactly what I was looking at. The pages come fast and furious when we got 2,000 cars that we have to talk about. By the way, if you want to break into the top 10 of sales today, it's going to take at least $85,000. The number 10 sale of the day was a Lamborghini Gallardo at $85,000. The number 1 sale so far today was a 2012 Corvette that sold out of the David Ressler collection for $300,000.
A lot of dress up to that Edelbrock equipped small block, fitted with headers, power steering, and a lot of love for this one. We're at $68,000. I'm not sure we're done.
Well, it's the perfect style. You know, that 67 through 72, the C10, the K10 pickups. Either way you go, everybody loves the body style. And the great thing is all the parts are available to either recreate or improve whatever you start with. $70,000, that is at least the third time we've seen that gentleman walk away with a sale here at Barrett-Jackson. Barrett-Jackson.com is the website where you can go to learn everything you need to know about Barrett-Jackson and all the cars that are crossing the block. It's got the full docket list. It's also got all kinds of interesting features, stories about the cars and their owners. Up there right now, a 1967 Chevy Malibu Custom.
Boy, beautiful in my favorite 67 color, Marina Blue. Now this is badged in SS396. What's under the hood is a 462 cubic inch big block engine, badged as a 396 375. There's your Y-end intake manifold, 4-barrel carburetor, tubular headers. This one rides on rally wheels with Redline tires. It's equipped with bucket seats and a full console. Really nice presentation of this 67 two-door hardtop.
And just the next year, 1968, the body style would change radically, go to that what they call the Coke bottle styling that the 1965 full-size Chevrolets had gone to. So this was the end of the line for this simpler style.
Now this car does have provenance because it was built in Canada and sold there by GM of Canada. They retained the production records on those cars, and they are available, much as they are for Pontiac. Pontiac and GM Canada, the only GM divisions that saved all their production records. The rest are kind of lost to history.
So sad, so difficult to find all the original paperwork. Unless you just happen to have a build sheet or an original sales document, you don't truly know how those Chevrolets were born back in those days. That one just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $62,000. Handshakes to those folks. Remember, not easy to buy these things. You got to go up against somebody head to head. You got to be brave enough to hold your hand up in the air just a little bit longer to come away with the car of your dreams here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Back here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. While we were away, those are the last three vehicles across the block. The 33 Plymouth Custom getting $85,000, meaning it's now tied as the number 10 sale of the day here on Wednesday at Barrett-Jackson. Right now we got a 1958 Chevy 3100, and yeah, you look at it, you know it right away. It's a custom.
Yeah, heavily customized, but 1958, first year for the quad headlights on Chevrolet pickups. But boy, everything else has been reimagined and reshaped. This one has a 396 big block, 4-speed overdrive automatic, and a built 9-inch rear end. Those wheels are 20s, 20 in diameter, and they look like they're about a foot wide. Vintage air has been added, new front A-arms, a lot of customization underneath.
Yeah, inside that bed, you see the wheels right there, the tires. Now look inside the bed, and you can see the massive, section right there for covering those wheels. At first it looks stock, and then you go, wait a minute, those are really wide.
Yeah, the side exit exhaust is a nice touch too on this one.
$52,000 for that 1958 Chevy Custom pickup truck. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, check out this 2006 Dodge Viper. Now, they got more comfortable and more refined. This is the last of the third generation. And I love the look of this Viper right up front with the snakeskin detailing in it. Now, talking about comfort, inside, beautiful bolstered seats, a bit more room, and I love the custom inlay of that snakeskin right there. there, but it does have the side pipes still, and I will tell you, this gets hot when you step out. I've gotten a little Viper bite one time, and you only get it once, I will tell you that. Now, the Heart is a sweet V10 getting you 510 horsepower, 6-speed manual, and take a look at the stripes. Those are painted on, not vinyl. They go the extra mile to get that one done. Really great look, and it's got that deep graphite gray metallic paint, almost looks black. Very cool sports car. Rick, have you ever gotten a Viper bite?
You know, I've been lucky. I have not gotten the stripe from the...
I have twice. What does that say about me?
I was going to
only
say,
get it once? Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to learn by touching the stove?
Yeah, I had my throttle come disconnected, so I had to lay underneath the Viper to reconnect it, and it got me right in my rear and kind of gave me a Viper tramp stamp one time. That one really hurt.
And embarrassing to show people. $65,000 the current bid on a 1967 Ford F100 Custom.
Well, this is a big bruiser. It's had a four-wheel drive conversion and a heart transplant. It has a 1997 7.3-liter Power Stroke diesel, 4-speed automatic, 410 gears front and rear. Listen to that rattle.
Pretty unmistakable that it's a Power Stroke for sure with that noise.
Well, just sold here, Barrett Jackson doing fist pumps up on the block. Well, his fist pump was left in the air. $69,000 for those folks right there. Congratulations as they get to drive that one home. Out in the McGuire staging lanes, it's getting dark, getting a little cooler out there, but it's heating up in terms of the vehicles that we're seeing across the block. We got new Mustangs, we got old Mustangs. Wow, we got a whole trio of Mustangs. There's that a fourth one back there. There's tons of Mustangs out there in the staging lanes right now. Those will be up on the block very, very shortly. Right now we got a 1970 GMC K1500 Custom.
Excuse me, I'm still breathing diesel fumes. I think we've seen as many GMC as we have Chevy pickups today. This one has a rebuilt 350 with a new cam, automatic transmission, Dana 44 front axle, and a GM 12-bolt 411 posit traction rear. Factory air from new, serpentine drive system on the engine, 2.5-inch dual exhaust, and of course the obligatory 3-inch lift. Those are 17-inch chrome rims, and boy, I haven't seen Dick CPEC cross-country tires in a while, but those are 35 inches.
Yeah, I like the hand-done pinstriping on this truck. If you look at it down the sides and on the back tailgate, and they even animated the GMC in the rear with a little extra animation with the pinstriping. It looks really sharp.
$53,000 for that 1970 GMC 1500. And Mike, I think you're right. I've seen a ton of GMC pickups. I think it's because the C10s were so popular. People are like, all right, let's bring out the K10s as well. The K10 Brigade. Up on the block, a 1964 VW 23-window microbus recreation. And this does have a B in the serial number, meaning it is a Brazilian Volkswagen.
Well, as are all the ones built after a certain age, but this 1964, they were still building them in Germany at the time. Now, you can buy a kit with the clerestory windows to make a 23-window Samba bus. That's been done here. They added the fabric slide-back sunroof. Roof racks have been added front and rear, along with the ladder to get up there to them. Walk-through seats. This will seat either 8 adults in comfort or, I don't know, maybe a dozen and a half kids.
Yeah, you take a look inside. Everything is brand new in the wrapper. It still has some of its import stickers from the shipping container. So, yeah, probably rebuilt, restored overseas, and then brought here to sale. We see it quite a bit with these 23-window recreations. Just fresh off the boat, if you will.
The 1600cc engine is brand new and made it to a 4-speed transmission. Well, let's have a look if this is not locked, and it's locked. Never mind.
Darn, fail.
They must have known you were going to try to get in there. $52,000 for the 1963 VW Custom with the Samba windows. It's a recreation, but beautifully done. Like I said, everything brand new in the wrapper. From a Volkswagen to a Jaguar, 1974 E-Type Series 3 convertible.
Well, we're 13 years on from the debut of the Jaguar XK E-Type. Henry Manny, writing in Road and Track magazine, called the original E-Type the greatest crumpet collector known to man. Enzo Ferrari said it was the most beautiful car he'd ever seen. But by this time, the headlights were no longer covered. The grille was made larger with a lower inlet, and that was all to feed the big radiator necessary for the V12.
Right, originally inline 6 powertrain in these, and of course in the 70s your impact bumper regulations sort of messed up the front there. It's kind of interesting to see them still on there. A lot of people would take them off and swap it with something else. So this one, yeah, very original, but that silky smooth V12 under the hood.
Speaking of original, these red leather seats are original to this car. Now note that as the E-Type went along, rocker switches replaced the original toggles as part of safety. The tail lights were moved to a more protected position underneath the bumper, but you can't mistake the quad tail light tips that came with a V12.
No, that does look really cool, and this is the very end of the E-Type Jaguar. The XJS was what replaced it, and not really the same. A big, giant sort of grand touring car with a back seat versus this, you know, sort of this elegant roadster right here. Just one of those style icons, most certainly, even today.
And important to note, this is not an automatic transmission car, as many of the V12s were. This is a 4-speed, stir-it-yourself, save-the-manuals gearbox.
When you mentioned that they went to the XJS, it really wasn't until they got the F-Type that they really, truly kind of came back to their roots. And the F-Type was such a perfect way to follow up the E-Type Jaguar, even though it did come decades later.
A little bit of a battle for this one, but yeah, so well preserved. That manual transmission, like Mike said, unusual. So yeah, you get to the end of the line for the Jaguar. Might as well have the Series 1 and the bookends for it if you were a Jag collector.
Those big bumper blocks were a pretty elegant solution compared to what the rest of the British motoring industry did for 1974. Triumphs and MGs got big, huge bumper blocks nicknamed Sabrinas. And you can look her up. She was a British TV actress and spokesmodel.
And the
who ended up in Van Nuys, California.
Oh. The German, I'm Googling that later, Mike. Thanks for that. But yeah, the Germans, they called them park benches because the bumpers expanded so much as well.
Well, yeah, in fact, there's a group of people who hate the rubber bumper, British cars, and there's those who say, you know what, I can get a good deal on them, and then just take them off. $79,000 for that E-Type Jaguar Series 3 with a 12-cylinder engine underneath that long, long bonnet. 1967 Chevelle Custom right behind it.
I miss these days when Detroit cars could be identified by make, model, and year at a glance. The 67 Chevelle had that recessed grille and the wraparound taillights. Everybody could tell it from a 66, and that's what General Motors wanted. As you drove down the street, it was real easy to spot who had new cars and who they wanted to buy their next new car. Really, I believe it was Honda who kind of turned that upside down when they brought in the Civic and the Accord, and they did not give those cars annual model styling changes. And that's the norm today, and I kind of think the whole industry is the poorer for it.
Studebaker tried to make that claim in the 60s when they had the Lark. They were trying to make the point that from year to year, you don't have to buy a new car. We can save you money. And well, Studebaker went away, and I think they were simply trying to save money by not updating their cars.
Well, there's not much money saved as far as the build, the quality that goes into it here. The LS3 under the hood, so quite a big upgrade from 1967. You see the wraparound taillights there, iconic from the 67 versus the 66. And yeah, this deep blue metallic paint is very well done.
Yeah, very non-stock. But I agree. I'm not sure I would have taken the base Chevelle two-door sedan and done all this to it. So this had to be just a labor of love by the restorer and modifier. $54,000 will send it to this custom to a new home. So you like customs, you like Restomods, so does Rick.
Well, there's no question that originality is still very popular here at Barrett-Jackson. But over the last decade, the customs and resto mod world has exploded. The ability to buy crate motors, custom chassis, means that anybody can build the car of their dreams. So let's give you a small peek of the customs and resto mods crossing the block this week. And we'll start with this 67 Chevelle. We'll call it a resto mod. It looks mostly stock from the outside, but under the hood is a 6.2-liter GM Performance engine mated to a Tremec 6-speed transmission. Underneath, a brand new chassis, all new suspension. The perfect combination of old school style and modern running gear. The paint job on this 1960 Cadillac makes it clear that things have changed, but that's only the beginning. An LS3 crate engine with a Whipple supercharger will give this massive car plenty of power. And modern Bear brakes on all four corners means you can bring all that weight to a gentle stop. Every inch of this cruiser has been reworked, and the nickname is Envious, and of course you can understand why. And if you want all-out custom, well, check out this 1951 Mercury nicknamed the Lead Sled. Chopped, channeled, shaved, Frenched, every inch of this Merc has been reworked. They stayed in the Ford family for the engine. It's got a 429 cubic inch Cobra Superjet mated to a 3-speed automatic transmission. And it all rides on a modern chassis with air ride suspension. Whatever level of customization you want, you'll find it crossing the block here at Barrett-Jackson.
I hope you liked all those customs. You will see them cross the block here on Saturday on the History Channel. Center stage right now, lot 518.1. This is a 2008 Ford Shelby GT500 Super Snake.
So Shelby came back to Ford, and the product was the GT500 in 2007 in this body. 500 horsepower is pretty incredible, but you could get the Super Snake version at a Shelby authorized facility, and the big modification there was a polished supercharger to over 700 horsepower. That forced air helping it all a bit more with it all polished up in there. An extra body kit, as you can see there, to accentuate the retro styling that came back with this generation of Mustang, and a big price premium.
C-pillar faux scoops, the faux rear brake scoops right behind the door, all signature styling touches of the original Shelby GT350 in 1965 and 66.
So yeah, very low mileage, just showing a little over 9,800 miles from new. So not used all that much. 6-speed manual transmission. Another thing, all the Shelby GT500s in this period were manual transmissions, which was quite a thing in 2007. Obviously, a more popular choice by then would have been automatic, but they wanted to go fully old school with these.
More than 700 horsepower, and it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $53,000. That's the hammer price on this Shelby GT500 Super Snake. But coming up, we got a 1957 Chevy Nomad wagon. Underneath the hood, a fuel-injected 350 cubic inch engine, a 4-speed automatic transmission, and I love the color. Matador red with ivory. Well, let's take it our top 5 sellers, brought to you by Haggerty. The top 5 sales of the day so far here on Wednesday at Barrett-Jackson. And that first one surprised everybody, a 2012 Corvette that hammered sold at $300,000. I mean, at less than 100 miles on the odometer, it was pretty special, but still, that surprised a lot of people. $150,000 for a Dodge Demon, and then a Scout is number 3. Look at that, $107,000. Up on the block right now, we have a 2007 Ford Shelby. This is a GT500, a 40th anniversary edition.
Well, they made 312. 157 of them were coupes in 2007. This is serial number 26. Only 39 of those coupes were produced in this color, Vista Blue, and only 4 got these Shelby Razor wheels in black. This one's just broken in, Tyler, 6,300 actual miles.
Yeah, really impressive. So the first year of the Shelby GT500 coming back to Ford on the 40th anniversary of the GT500. So Carroll Shelby left Ford in the 1970s and sort of made his way around other automakers. He did some stuff for Chrysler Plymouth. You had the Omni Shelby. You had the Shelby pickup trucks with Dodge. And then he made his own car for a while based on an Oldsmobile platform, the Series 1. Well, not really the Oldsmobile engine, but his own platform that he engineered from the ground up. For Shelby to come back to Ford, it was a very big deal in 2007. Celebrated quite a bit here at Barrett-Jackson itself. Back when I was a kid, seeing a lot of this, and met Carroll Shelby. That was the only time for me. And yeah, they celebrated it. What a cool rig.
500 horsepower, backed up by a 6-speed Tremec manual transmission. It's a Shelby o'clock here at Barrett-Jackson tonight.
Can't go wrong with the name Shelby in a Mustang, $42,000. Seems like a pretty good deal for that 2007 GT500. How about a convertible version of the 2007 GT500 40th anniversary edition? That's exactly what we have up on the block right now.
Yep, same song, second verse, Chop the Top. They made 155 of these anniversary convertibles and only 36 in torch red. Again, a supercharged 32-valve V8 engine and a Tremec 6-speed manual.
So I had a 2007 Coupe, and I bought it with 230,000 miles on it. Still going strong, original engine, original transmission. I'm not sure about the clutch, but it still drove great. And yeah, still a solid rear axle on these things, which sort of gave them the punchline as far as them being difficult to control and, you know, roaring into crowds if somebody, you know, lost it. But makes for great burnouts, makes for great donuts, and it's something that Ford corrected in later years, giving the independent rear suspension. So kind of got that old school look and then the old school sort of powertrain, the way the power is delivered. I love these.
19,000 miles on the clock on this Shelby 40th anniversary convertible. Note we call it a style bar. It looks like a roll bar, but the lawyers got involved and they said call it a style bar. It does incorporate the center high mounted brake light.
And $55,000 as Mary walks up to give a fist pump to the buyer right there. And the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away it goes for $55,000. Congratulations to everybody involved in that one. All right, from 2007, we're going to move forward to 2016. This is a Shelby GTH, and this one is a 50th anniversary edition.
Yeah, boy, a lot changed in 10 years. This is the one I think I'd want. Remember back to 1966 when Shelby sold a group of cars to Hertz, and we called them Hertz Rent-A-Racers. They were GT350s that you could rent from certain Hertz outlets. Well, they did it again and called it the GTH, and many of them were painted like this in black and gold. This one, serial number 96, 5-liter Coyote engine, 435 horsepower, 6-speed automatic.
Right, so this was sort of built to celebrate Shelby's relationship with Hertz, which really bailed them out by buying so many cars in their Hertz rental fleets. It gave Shelby sort of an assembly line to know he was going to build a certain amount of cars. Ford really bailed them out with that order. Not really probably the best, smartest choice on Hertz to have cars that could be rented and raced on the weekends, all kinds of legends and urban legends with that. But yeah, this is a tribute to it.
So I rented one of these once. And when I did, in order to rent it, the manager of that Hertz location had to come out, and boy, he had a checklist, and it wasn't just, you know, dings and scratches, but it was tread depth on the tires. Are those the original tires? Are they the correct tires? You know, what's the clutch take up? What's the brake pedal? And in other words, you weren't going to go play Rent-A-Racer with these.
Years ago at Bondurant, they used to have a chauffeur's class. And the people who would come and go through it oftentimes would simply go to, you know, Hertz or wherever, rent the biggest car they could, go down, spend 3 or 4 days going through the chauffeur evasive maneuver class, and return the car with no tread on the tires. So there's a really good reason they did that. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills, perhaps snag a great prize in the process, you want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, April Rose is going to preview one of the cars that you'll be predicting about.
That's right, Rick. This beautiful 2006 Hummer H1 Alpha. I mean, this is the big dog. Massive grill guard up front, tied into the frame right here through these hooks. Custom hood. Love the wench down here. Now you're getting 16 inches of ground clearance, and it can wade through 30 inches of water. And check this out. The tires actually have their own inflation system right through this tube right here. With a touch of a button inside, you can inflate or deflate your tires. It is so sweet. Now, since this is the Alpha, it's got that big dog 6.6 Duramax turbo diesel, which gets you 46% more horsepower than the previous H1. I mean, this got all the power and rugged good looks you'd ever want in a truck. Rick?
Thanks a lot, April. That Alpha will cross the block this Saturday, so make sure you register to play now. Terms and conditions apply. You have to be 18 to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybet.com for the official rules, and who knows, you could walk away with a grand prize, a 2025 Dodge Hemi Durango. It's celebrity time up on the auction block. A 1988 Mercedes-Benz, the 560 SEC that used to be owned by Johnny Carson.
Here's Johnny.
Well, he bought it new in 1988 and kept this until 2003. That is documented with the car. The prior owner picked it up in 2017, did some body and paint work, overhauled the suspension, serviced the 5.5-liter V8 engine and 4-speed automatic transmission. Arctic white, limited slip differential, 15-inch alloy wheels, Coco mats, Becker cassette stereo.
So this really showcases Bruno Sacco's styling. He was with Mercedes for a very long time, recently passed away, and he believed in brand conformity, so all the cars from top to bottom sort of look similar, and just that understated elegance and class that he was known for. And yeah, beautiful in the coupes. The 126 chassis went from the early 80s till 1991, so we're towards the end of the line there. Look at the interior, very well preserved where Johnny Carson sat. One thing I like about these is the Town and Country horns. We can flip switch and have two different horn tones.
Oh, come on. You could get that on a Renault Dauphine in 1961 for a lot less than this Mercedes. A few upgrades here. I don't believe those headlights were U.S. legal in 1988. I think you had to have the rectangular headlights. We didn't get the headlight wipers and washers either. That this car has, I don't believe. They could have been added as a custom touch. Many were converted to Euro lights for use in Beverly Hills, such as this one.
Of course, this 560 SEC, really the top of the line, the slightly extended version of the coupe, all that spectacular style. And, you know, we see so many times the 560 SECs, the SCs, not bringing as much money. This one, I think we're getting a little bump thanks to Johnny Carson. $29,000, the hammer price on this 1988 Mercedes, formerly owned by the great talk show host. We're going to take a quick break here in Scottsdale. Still have, I think, more than 2 hours left to go of our coverage on day 2 of the FYI coverage of the Barrett-Jackson auction. The Barrett-Jackson Cup, presented by Castrol, is back again this year, and on Saturday, 45 vehicles paraded across the auction block, displaying the talent and the craftsmanship of custom car and truck builders from across the country. Now, 5 finalists are being chosen from this amazing collection of vehicles, with the Barrett-Jackson Cup Best in Show winner being announced during our live Super Saturday coverage on the History Channel. And today, another finalist was announced. It's this beautiful 1968 Dodge Charger, built by Classic Car Studio. So good luck on Saturday, and we'll see if this Charger will win Best in Show. What a range of cars that are crossing the block this week at Barrett-Jackson. Spectacular customs and wild movie recreations. Right now, we got a Nomad up on the block, 1957.
The Nomad, produced in the this hardtop station wagon two-door style from 55 to 57, an outgrowth of a GM Motorama show car. Matador red, India ivory, and it has a 350 cubic inch crate motor.
And it has a new owner. It's $60,000 for this third year of the Nomad. The Nomad name, by the way, on at least the regular station wagons went all the way into the 1970s, 1972. That's when the Nomad name finally went away. And a 1970 Chevelle Malibu Sport Coupe rolling up behind it.
And they have resisted the temptation to repower this one. It has a stock 350 cubic inch, 250 horsepower engine and a factory's 4-speed. The color is Astro Blue. It's had one repaint, and that's when they applied those SS style stripes. Has a brand new white vinyl top, has the SS tachometer and gauges, and a brand new parchment interior with bucket seats.
Well, definitely the most desired body style, and as you mentioned, you know, most of the people, when you see these in this 1970 model year, you see them where they swapped out big engines inside, and well, it's always great to do that custom work. It's always especially nice to see the originality when it's kept.
Well, I can see why, because it was optioned so well not to make it, you know, the full clone or whatever. With that 350 and the 4-speed, great options. The colors, I guess you're adding the stripe, which, I mean, how could you not, because it looks so darn good. But otherwise, yeah, really neat Malibu.
Kind of like they resisted the temptation to badge this as an SS, but the Malibu was the top trim level for Chevelle in 1970. The SS would have been the added performance package.
And it did get that gauge pack from the factory. That wasn't an upgrade. So it's another thing with the options on these where it is, you know, really well done. So somebody wanted a luxurious car but still have a bit of fun. Totally get it.
The rally wheels are real along with the trim rings. Those 3-eared spinners are not. They are aftermarket, and that cap covers up the usual 5 lug nuts.
A lot of originality just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $41,000. That 1970 Chevelle Malibu Sport Coupe. Right behind it, we got a 1970 Chevy Monte Carlo. This is an SS 454.
First year for the Monte Carlo, which was Chevrolet's personal luxury car. Much like the Ford Thunderbird or the Pontiac Grand Prix of the day, Chevy dealers wanted their own, and this is what they got. This one has the big block, the LS5 454 with 360 horsepower and turbo 400 transmission. Triple black. Now note the vinyl top in particular, because unlike the cars that we've just seen with vinyl tops, in 1970 GM did something a little different, is they created a halo effect for the vinyl top. Instead of it coming all the way to the windshield and down the A-pillar, they kind of left it. And when you do it in the same color as the body, it doesn't have, I think, quite the impact as when the vinyl top is a contrasting color, but that lasted for a couple of years.
It's interesting they chose to make the Chevelle and the Monte Carlo. Of course, the Monte Carlo lived on for many years past the Chevelle, but I guess it's sort of like nowadays where we have endless amount of crossovers and slight variety there. People are wanting different size coupes for different uses, and yeah, the possibilities were endless with GM back in the day.
Now, if you think this one's tuxedo black, do not adjust your set. It's close. It's paint code 78 Black Cherry with a black vinyl top and a black interior.
Away it goes, $42,000. That gentleman right there. That black cherry paint job first year for the Monte Carlo. Barrett-Jackson.com. That's the place to go to see all the information about this auction. Got the full docket, as we call it, the list of cars that are crossing the block. You can also get updated information about upcoming auctions as well, so check it in between auctions. 2011 Camaro 2SS. This is a Hennessy HPE 600.
Well, John Hennessy's company is most often referred to in Mopar parlance, where they have modified everything from the Viper to the Charger to the Challenger. But they did a lot of work with GM. This is vehicle number 81 of a series. 2SS custom convertible with a HPE 600 package. You get a supercharger engine management system, and it's rated at 600 horsepower.
Well, they gave you a little window into that 600 horsepower there in the hood, sort of reminiscent of the C6 ZR1, which they were going to emulate there. And we have Hennessy Venom selling on Super Saturday, which is their own purpose-built, ground-up hypercar with 1,800 horsepower. So that's something to look forward to. But yeah, Hennessy, better known before that as tuning existing vehicles. Vipers, a lot of amazing power out of those. And yeah, most recently with Chevy. So yeah, really cool, the body kit as well.
Tens of thousands of dollars in upgrades to this Camaro, and only 8,000 actual miles.
Oh, I do like that it is optioned as a manual transmission as well, 6-speed. But all that power, man, you're going to be fighting for traction. Should be a lot of fun. Wow.
Yeah, that's always the complicated aspect of putting power and making sure you can lock it up, whether you go with bigger tires or whether you go with just the proper rear suspension. The stuff necessary to get that horsepower to the ground always complicate things. 602 horsepower from that one just sold for $55,000. Now, coming up Saturday, Craig Jackson wants to talk about a car that is truly spectacular, a very special Aston Martin.
We have a 2019 Aston Martin Vanquish Zagato shooting brake. This example started life as one of 300 Aston Martin Vanquishes that were sent to the Milan, Italy-based coach builder Zagato to be extensively modified. This shooting brake is powered by the naturally aspirated 5.9-liter V12 engine that produces 580 horsepower. The exterior features the signature Zagato double bubble. It is paying homage to their heritage. This numbered example is 26 out of 99 Vanquishes that were turned into the shooting brake variant, and it is just one of 11 that were delivered to the United States. It is selling at no reserve at our Scottsdale 2025 auction.
Aston Martin Vanquish, really cool. The Zagato body on there, the shooting brake, the almost station wagon look, an amazing vehicle. And we'll see it across the block here on Saturday. 1969 Corvette convertible up there right now.
Yeah, that Aston just beautiful. It's like the ultimate hot hatch. Pretty amazing. 69 Corvette here, looking very stock. 350 under the hood with this one, but nicely optioned once again with a manual transmission. You can see inside all the gauges, very period correct, maybe original. Looks like the original interior, probably a repaint since they didn't hold up this well from the factory, but otherwise very stock looking.
Well, and $35,000. I mean, just the 350 cubic inch engine under there, but a 4-speed manual transmission. Great paint. I mean, boy, there's a lot to like in that car, and it just sold for $35,000. 2016 Dodge Challenger Hellcat, an SRT up on the block right now.
Well, in the summer of '69, Chrysler Corp introduced their high-impact paint colors. They were designed as a safety thing because how could you miss something in a color like Plum Crazy out on the road? And here it is in 2016. It's back for Dodge on this Challenger, equipped with a power sunroof, satin black hood, and the hood scoop just like on the AAR Cudas of 1970. So something old, something new, something borrowed. A lot going on here.
Yeah, very low mileage with that 707 horsepower supercharged Hemi under the hood. I have one of these at home, and it's not low mileage. It's one owner, though. He had 4 accidents with it and put 80,000 miles. Probably didn't change the oil for 50,000 miles. So I'm embarking on probably the very first restoration of a 2016 Dodge Challenger Hellcat, and it hasn't been easy to find parts to rebuild the Hemi since it had the tick. So I would have been better off probably buying this nice low mileage example right here, especially in this color. Mine's white, pearl white with the black hood. This Plum Crazy definitely pops.
8,000 actual miles on this one. 707 supercharged horsepower, 8-speed automatic transmission, and they say it'll do 200 miles an hour.
I think that's exactly what the previous owner of Tyler's was trying to achieve when he had the 4 accidents.
So note that hood scoop, kind of a NACA duct there in the hood, or NASA duct, I guess we'd say, since NACA became NASA. But that's just like the fiberglass hood on the AAR Cudas of 1970, which did not have these air extractors, however.
Lot number 528.
$52,000, and Tyler's rethinking his life right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little thick because I'll probably have about that much into mine by the time I'm done.
And it'll look exactly the same, only white. Once again, $52,000 for that 2016 Dodge Challenger SRT. Let's go back to 2008. This Shelby GT, but this one, you notice the black, you notice the red. This is the Barrett-Jackson edition.
This is a convertible with all the right stuff in it. Absolutely incredible. 5-speed manual, equipped with specially tuned exhaust, X-pipe, chrome exhaust tips, all the bells and whistles, but more importantly, only 100 were ever produced. Absolute real deal, Ford Shelby Barrett-Jackson, one of the rarest of the rare, Joseph. Buy it while you can. These are
Yeah,
going to
Carroll
be really
Shelby was very involved with Barrett-Jackson. He was often in attendance at these auctions, was up on the block speaking about cars he'd been involved with. And they made a 100 Barrett-Jackson limited edition Shelby GTs. 39 of them were convertibles, and 12 of those had manual transmissions. This one has had the same owner since 2009. You could only get these from Arizona Ford dealers. Very, very limited build. Carroll Shelby has signed it, so has Craig Jackson.
Right, so these aren't GT 500s. They would have had the 5.4 liter, or 4.6 liter, I'm sorry, a 3-valve engine in them. Still plenty of power, but yeah, they got all the Shelby stripes in that black and red, which is Barrett-Jackson colors.
Yeah, this one has 319 horsepower, strong for its day back in 2008, but these days, when we think of 300 horsepower as entry level into the performance world.
The emblem here on what would have been the gas cap on an original Mustang, showing the Barrett-Jackson limited edition Shelby.
This car has had the same owner since 2009. Sun visors autographed by Carroll Shelby and Craig.
Yeah, you can see the autograph there with Craig Jackson right there, and then the Carroll Shelby plaque there in between the two center vents. Manual transmission. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty low mileage as well. Very well preserved, nearly new in the wrapper.
I thought he had it sold, but he managed to take it on just a little bit further, and it's sold at $46,000 for that 2008 Shelby GT, the Barrett-Jackson edition, one of only 12 with the manual transmission and the convertible, so it's a pretty rare combination.
It should come with priority parking or something like that if you buy a Barrett-Jackson edition, right?
Lifetime bidders pass. Yeah, I think you had to be the original owner maybe to pull off some of that stuff. Well, this is the car that April previewed just a little while ago, a 2006 Dodge Viper convertible.
Well, now this one's going to be a tough one to pick the number because, yes, it's a 510 horsepower car, 6-speed manual with a V10 and deep graphite gray with red stripes and custom snakeskin seats. However, and it's a big however, accident reported on the vehicle history report in 2018, moderate to severe damage, front, rear, left rear, right front, right rear, right side, vehicle towed. Then in 2020, it hit a culvert, hit a ditch, damage to the front, vehicle towed, damage report, total loss, reconstructed title issued in December of 21.
And that is not unusual for the Dodge Viper. Certainly not. You see more that have probably been in the ditch and lost control than ones with clean history. Thankfully, they are easy to repair, and that's just because so much power, 510 horsepower, no traction control, no anything nanny-wise to keep you on the road. And yeah, a lot of people saying, watch this, and end up doing something.
But thank goodness that this reporting exists and is available, because otherwise this car rolls up on the auction block and it looks all but factory fresh. How would you know?
Well, and to Dodge's credit, they do make these pretty easy to repair versus the original Viper, which they had that one-piece sort of nose in the front, the clamshell that went down for the front fenders. And when you break one of those, that's very expensive. On this third-generation Viper, a little bit easier to repair, most certainly.
This looks like a bargain. I would say buy it, drive it, enjoy it, drive it hard, because I don't think you can hurt it worse than it's been hurt already.
Well, and the secret to this is really knowing who did the restoration, who did the rebuilding on it. If somebody you can trust, somebody you know, somebody who does good work, you got a good car. $32,000 to those folks right there. And this Dodge Viper goes off to a brand new owner and hopefully a much calmer second life.
Welcome back to Barrett Jackson here at Westworld in Scottsdale, Arizona. I thought it was supposed to be hot in Arizona. It's like 50 degrees out here in the pre-staging lanes. But, you know, if I were inside this, it'd be a little bit warmer. 1949 Chevy delivery wagon. Very cool with that two-tone treatment. Cherry or candy apple red up top, black on the bottom. Inside, you got that old school banjo-style wheel, custom interior. I love that grate or grill of the radio speaker right there. Just a cool look. Reminds me of that 50s style diner. Very cool. And let's take a look right now under the hood with our engine cam, brought to you by Blueprint Engines. It's got a 350 cubic inch engine, 350 horsepower, billet accessory mounts, air conditioning, and just a good looking clean engine bay. What do you think, Mike?
Well, I like that air cleaner arrangement. It looks kind of odd. I have that on my El Camino. It's designed when the carburetor and intake are tall, but there's very little clearance to the hood. Well, that's what you use, and it seems to work well. Let's go back to the block occupied by a 69 Chevrolet C10 custom pickup.
And somebody spent a lot of money on Hugger Orange paint, because this thing is Hugger Orange from front to back. And I noticed even the wheel wells inside look like they've been painted Hugger Orange. And this is the long bed. So once again, extra Hugger Orange.
I'm glad they unchained you from the desk, Rick. Yeah, this is a really cool lifted long bed truck. The current bid, $34,000, which, yeah, the quality of it, I think, should be a little more to go, if not a great buy. But yeah, these lifted four-wheel drives, very popular at Barrett Jackson. The long bed will be what holds it back a little bit. If it were a short bed, you'd see more.
$34,000 will send it to its new home. Now, the Volkswagen Beetle was the Type 1, the Volkswagen Bus the Type 2, and while we were in break, a Type 3. A 1964 Volkswagen notchback coupe crossed the block, refinished in silver with two-tone brown and tan upholstery, and I believe it set a record at auction for this model, $78,000.
And I learned how to drive in a Type 3, so I guess we should have hung on to it.
How about that? Now on the block, a 1980 Toyota SR5 custom pickup.
Well, very custom on this one. Gone is the four-cylinder or the diesel that would have been under the hood. The 22RE, a pretty legendary power plant, but pretty underpowered. So this one, upgraded with a 350 cubic inch V8, so some Chevy power. You see that custom bumper as well with the winch attached to it. Beautiful body as far as the repaint. Slight lift, and they went with all-terrain tires. Well, more of a highway terrain. I would go with something maybe a bit more aggressive, but still everything else does look great. The rock sliders, the roll bar, and boy, there's something going on in the bed, Rick.
Yeah, I think this is just a giant storage box that they've got in the back that they can actually screw down. I was looking inside, and I think it's literally just a storage box, so you can, put things away so folks can't get into them. I like the off-road wheel that they've mounted up above, and this looks slightly like the Marty fly truck in that generation, but this came about 5 years earlier than that one. You know, this was the era when we had, you know, Toyota trucks that were small trucks. The concept of the mini pickup truck was very popular at that point in time.
Has that off-road pre-runner vibe to it with that exposed spare. $28,000 is the hammer price. Lot 538.1 is a 64 Chevrolet C10 pickup that's been customized.
Well, it does have something in common with that Toyota pickup truck. It has a 350 under the hood of this one as well, but instead of going up, they went down and stanced this thing, and it does look absolutely fantastic on the 64 C10.
Yeah, they've done so much work to this, and they point out they've only got about 650 test miles since it was built. But it wasn't just putting in the engine, it was suspension work as well. So they want to make sure that's got a little more steering ability, a little more, you know, ability to corner with this thing. It looks really, really nice.
Yeah, let's take a look underneath with the chassis cam. And yeah, coming up on that 350 cubic inch V8 that is running there. Whoa, nice polished oil pan. Looks like a big exhaust as well. The transmission looking pretty tidy with the drive shaft. Side exit exhaust, you don't see the exhaust pipe with that wood bed, and definitely an upgraded suspension you can see around that solid rear axle.
Boy, there's a lot to like about this. I mean, it's got a step side. Now, this is the, you know, the 64, the generation that came before that 67 through 72 C10s that have been so popular. It's got a bit of a, you know, bulkier looking front to this as opposed to the cleaner looking front that came in 1967. But to be honest with you, I love everything about this. And, you know, getting a truck when you're painting it black, getting it right, well, you got to work on every detail because every little flaw in the paint is going to show up.
Well, one thing I noticed is they got rid of the cumbersome chain or whatever and replaced it with what looks like piano wire to keep things very subtle here.
And did it on the inside, so it wasn't even visible. Talking about the front, these are where it's significantly different. You got these turn signals mounted up here. The 1967 has that much flatter grille, very different look than this one that came before.
Now, the bidder assistant upper right, he is in the Muscle Lounge. That is about a football field away from the auction block. So he has that bright yellow towel so that auctioneer Joseph Mass can recognize when he has the bid. And it didn't go to that bidder. Went to somebody here on the floor. Well, you like power, you like pickups, you'll like what Tyler has to say.
When it comes to custom pickup trucks, the possibilities are endless, but you see three common themes. You can go low, you can go high, or you can go crazy, and a lot of them have huge power under the hood. So let's start with go low, lot 1326, a 1956 Ford F100, loaded on a Roadster Shop chassis, shaved and smoothed in all the right places, Byron blue paint, and under the hood, a 7.3-liter supercharged Godzilla V8 for 700 horsepower. Next, let's go high. Lot 1332.1 is a 1972 K10 pickup truck that's gotten a 4-inch lift with Fox coilover struts, 35-inch tires, and over 2,000 man-hours into this build. Under the hood, an LS3 with 525 horsepower. And finally, let's go crazy with lot 1343, a 1963 GMC 4000. So this is the commercial heavy-duty long frame, but heavily customized with a crew cab, something they didn't have in 1963, a dually bed, again something that didn't exist in 1963, and under the hood, a modern Vortec 454. So big power again, but nuts!
Boy, they're all beautiful, but can any of them run with the Hoonigan truck? That is going to cross the block here on Saturday. Wow.
Yeah, those twin turbos out of the hood are pretty wild on that thing. The two turbos sticking out of the hood and all that stuff for drifting in that YouTube video from Hoonigan, just pretty iconic.
Oh, it's really like being able to buy a YouTube star, a movie star, because so many people have seen that.
All right, on the block now. Here is a V8, supercharged V8 Mercedes SL63 with only 37,000 miles.
Yeah, great power here too. Naturally aspirated 6.2 liter, even though the badge says 6.3. And yeah, big power under the hood with that. And a great noise too. I love this transition from the supercharged 5.5 liters or 4 liters to this, the naturally aspirated, which we don't have anymore. Recently, Mercedes has come out with a new C63. It's a 4-cylinder hybrid, which left me pretty darn sad, honestly.
Fist bumps all around, $75,000, the hammer price. Lots more to come from Scottsdale at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
The Barrett-Jackson Cup, presented by Castrol, is back again this year. And on Saturday, 45 vehicles paraded across the auction block, displaying the talent and the craftsmanship of custom car and truck builders from across the country. Now, 5 finalists are being chosen from this amazing collection of vehicles, with the Barrett-Jackson Cup Best in Show winner being announced during our live Super Saturday coverage on the History Channel. And today, another finalist was announced. It's this beautiful 1968 Dodge Charger, built by Classic Car Studio. So good luck on Saturday, and we'll see if this Charger will win Best in Show.
Boy, the craftsmanship is just incredible that's on display. All those cars are on display here in Scottsdale. You can see them as you come to the auction. There in the Equidome. And we're back to the auction block, occupied by a Ford Shelby GT500 from 2007.
Well, first year of the GT500 coming back, and this one only 2,000 miles on the odometer, so not any kind of special 40th anniversary or anything else, but you know, that Wimbledon white with the blue stripes, certainly a classic color combo, but yeah, very, very low mileage, new in the wrapper.
Yeah, what makes this special, of course, is the Shelby name, the snake on the side of the car. You know, you got to remember, this body style, this generation, the 5th generation of Mustang, came out in 2005. This was the 3rd year for it. They did a great job of kind of capturing that retro styling from the 60s that they were going after. And I think this really is one of the best generations of Mustangs to come along. But teaming up with Shelby, giving it more performance, giving it more style, you know, remarrying the Ford name and the Shelby name was just such a perfect move for this generation of car.
This one optioned with the factory navigation system, which is pretty unusual. But yeah, every single one of them, 6-speed manual transmissions, supercharged V8 under the hood, and 500 horsepower, which was just unbelievable for the price point back in 2007.
Well, the price point tonight is $35,000 for that GT500. Lots more cars to come. They're out in the McGuire staging lanes. Now, if you're at the auction, this is your last opportunity to visit with the consigners. Most of them come through the staging lanes with their cars. You can ask questions, raise the hood, open the door, get a good look at what you're going to be bidding on when those cars come across the block. And of course, the folks from McGuire's, they're the hardest working guys here. They polish every car on its way up to center stage on the auction block, currently occupied by this 1970 Pontiac Le Mans.
Yes, well, that's what it looks like on the outside. Underneath, they've got a much more modern 5.3-liter LS engine, made it to a 5-speed transmission, hydraulic clutch. It's all manual. And I tell you what, this paint, this red paint, looks like you could dive right into it. I like the fact that they haven't tried to make it look like a GTO. They've simply kind of styled it up and kept the fact that this is a Le Mans. In fact, if you look on the side towards the rear fender right there, right below the body crease, they still have the Le Mans badging on it. So I love the fact that they've kept that name.
Now, this car was sold new in Pennsylvania. Fortunately, it spent only 3 years in road salt country before it was moved to San Diego.
And one thing I saw that was really neat, even though it has the modern 5.3 in it, they have the hood-mounted tach, correct for the era, and it works. They have it wired up to work with the modern LS drivetrain. Neat touch there. Yeah, very period looking. Other than the wheels, you would never know about its modern underpinnings.
You know, I drive an RS6 Avant, an Audi. It has heads-up display where the speedometer and tach are projected up to the windshield. Well, that's the 1970 version. They put the tach out on the hood so you don't have to take your eyes off the road while looking at that RPM. Bang, $39,000, and it is hammered sold. Very nice convertible. Up in the Muscle Lounge. Pickup truck o'clock, 1947. That's where we go for this Dodge Custom 100 pickup.
Yeah, what you're looking at here is really pre-war styling that was still in place after World War II. Chevrolet introduced their new styling in 1947. Ford introduced theirs in 1948. For 1947, Dodge was still looking at the old style.
Well, they managed to figure out how to get a 5.7-liter Hemi, a modern Hemi, under the hood of this thing with the piano-style hood. Looks really cool, actually. Yeah, that front end on that Dodge is it's really neat. It's perfect stance for this as far as being lowered. The chrome, maybe 20-inch wheels, probably filling out the fenders. Great custom.
Yeah, the name of that color, by the way, is Tor Red, but they've got airlift suspension. Everything's been beautifully redone, and I really appreciate the fact that they chose to stick a Mopar engine in what was a Dodge truck to kind of stick within the family. I think they did a great job of making sure that they connected both the old and the new in this one. Vintage air inside. It's got more modern gauges that have kind of an old style to it. Let's see. Yep, that is exactly where you would have hidden the gas cap. Nothing's fancy, although you can see how they've had to modify it just slightly to make sure it works right there. So I love all the work they've done to modernize it just a touch.
All right, Camille's working two bidders on the stage. She covers a lot of ground. And the hammer falls, and the handshake is there. $50,000, the hammer price for that Dodge. Coming up, an Arizona car its whole life. This 1977 Toyota Celica GT retains its original 4-cylinder engine, 5-speed manual transmission, and factory-type 4-link rear suspension. A lot of beautiful cars left across the block. The brand we now know as Ram. Back when this truck was built 90 years ago, well, it was called Dodge Brothers.
Yeah, and this was part of what they called their glamour line back then. The idea of taking their pickup truck, which was really a true truck, a half-ton type chassis, but they wanted to give it the style of their cars. So once again, that's where they came up with that name, the glamour line.
And it's got all kinds.
Well, this one is not with its original Dodge powertrain, far from it. So a modern 4.3-liter V6, so Chevy engine and transmission under the hood. Pretty big upgrade in power, I imagine, from 1934, but otherwise looking very stock on the outside and stylish.
Yeah, and I love the fact that back then they were actually using these suicide doors. That was the way the Dodge truck came originally. There's nothing custom about adding the suicide doors to this setup. Look at that old school gauge and dash. I like the fact that they haven't really gone too far. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. They've upgraded the engine, they've upgraded the suspension, they've done all kinds of work to this, but it still has an old school feel to it. You know, like it really respects what was done back in the early 1930s.
Copperhead pearl is the color. There is the Ram atop the radiator shell, and $28,000 is the hammer price. April, what's caught your eye?
Mike, I'm here with this 1978 Corvette pace car, and I love the body of the C3 with the big hips that swoop up in the back. Very cool mirrored top here that you can remove. And the interior always reminds me kind of an astronaut suit back in the day, sort of that space age look with the metallic silver bucket seats. Now, let's take a look under the hood with our engine cam, brought to you by Blueprint Engines. It's got an L82 known for its large port cylinder heads, aggressive camshaft, and robust internal components. Just a great Corvette, classic American sports car right here. Mike, do you remember when this was the pace car back in '78?
I ordered one, April. Ordered one with a 4-speed and looked like it was going to be an instant moneymaker. Unfortunately, the dealer wanted a bigger deposit because I didn't want an automatic like everybody else did, and well, that deal went away. But yeah, one that got away. Well, somebody will have their chance to buy that one here shortly. Back to the block, a Chevy C10 custom pickup from 1964.
Yeah, according to the consignor, this has the original matching numbers engine associated with this. So it's interesting. So many of these pickup trucks, when they get up to the block, we've seen, engine swaps in one form or another. But once again, according to the consignor, the engine in this truck right here is the one it was born with.
Matching numbers, 283 and a 4-speed, which you'd think if you have that, then you go to do a faithful restoration. But no, it has the custom sort of touches to it with the lowered stance and the rally wheels. So interesting choice here.
Yeah, they definitely haven't gone overboard. I think this is what I would call a fun driver quality truck. I mean, it hasn't been overdone. I like the fact that they do have that original engine. When we come to the back, you can notice, we've noticed this before with the chains, they've lacked the fact that they haven't put that rubber coating on here, so when you're driving, it can easily bounce up against there. And a little while ago, we saw one that had a wire inside, had been changed. This still has this outside lock right here.
Well, you can see the cab. It's the custom cab on the back as far as the big rear window was around by this year. But one thing I'm noticing, if you look inside past the driver, that gear selector, there's something inside of it. Is it a bug? I don't know. Encased in carbonite like Han Solo? I'm not sure what it is. Rick, you're getting a closer look on it?
I'm going to try to get a view here. Yeah, just something in there. A little piece of metal. Almost looks like a little character.
$29,000 hammer price for that 64 Chevrolet C10 Custom. We're going to stay in the General Motors theme, but we're going to go SUVing with this 79 GMC Jimmy.
Well, one unique style choice with this one versus the others is completely blacking out all the trim and the bumpers, what would be chrome. The GMC badge is removed on the front, but it is the correct grille. And this one does have the upgraded engine, 5.3-liter LS, and they have the power deployable running boards from a modern, say, Chevrolet or GMC as well, with some mood lighting, which I saw earlier, but lit up on the block, it's kind of hard to see. Lifted, of course, and oversized tires, which is what you have to do. And yeah, that blackout continues in the back, but we do have the GMC badge there.
Yeah, it's got those big 37-inch tires on those beadlock wheels, and I'm looking it over. I don't think I see an ounce of chrome anywhere on the exterior of this truck. No, they've gone everywhere completely and blacked every single aspect of the chrome and the bright work out. So, and once again, everybody's got a different idea of what they want to do in terms of styling. And that's what trucks are these days. They're palettes. You decide what color, what style. Somebody was interested in blacking things out. Now, the question always comes, are there two people out in the bidding area who like that? And if there are, well, then you got yourself a bidding war for the vehicle.
All right, the high bid is up in the second floor of the luxury lounge, where the bidder assistant waves that yellow towel to get Trey's attention up on the auction block here. That's a long ways from the block, as you can see.
That kind of a natural saddle inside, and definitely wasn't the high trim package. It still has the crank windows and all of that, but everything upgraded, I imagine, with that power plant. But still, yeah, four-wheel drive with automatic locking hubs. And yeah, very unique choice, but I think it's paying off with $55,000 because the quality of this is definitely more of a driver. It's not a crazy rotisserie restoration, I feel like. You can see some imperfection of the paint, but yeah, good result, I feel like.
Sir, just one more bid. I promise I won't ask you for $56,000 again. And that's where it sells. Now we have celebrities, we have star cars at Barrett-Jackson. Here's Greg Jackson. Love these Bullet Birds. You'll see that one cross the block on Friday. Here's a 69 Chevy El Camino.
Second year for this body style, which was such a radical departure in terms of its swoopiness compared to the previous generation. Of course, everybody loves the 1970, but to be honest with you, I like the 1969. It's kind of like a leaning forward look to that front grille.
$38,000 is the hammer price. Next up, a car we previewed earlier. This car, derivative of the 1969 Mustang styling, especially in the back, but this was Toyota's pony car, the Celica for 1977.
Yeah, and this one's really cool because it's an Arizona car its entire life, and I believe it's an original paint survivor, at least when I was looking it up really close. 20R 4-cylinder, the hood manual transmission, and it just has the right amount of patina where it makes me think, yeah, this is an original car. Low mileage too, I think it was under 70,000 miles. One thing I think they did a little bit different, maybe for Arizona heat or whatever, they added these seat inserts in there that are definitely Arizona pattern. That's probably not Toyota Japan design there, but you see the manual transmission, the driver's focus gauges, and yeah, really cool looking Celica.
Well, and to Mike's point, take a look at the side. Take a look at the fastback slope coming down. Very Mustangish. And when you get to the back, look at the tail lights. Just like a Mustang, those 3 different lights that make up each side. They were absolutely robbing, stealing everything they could to make this generation of Toyota Celica look so much like a Mustang. And you know, you just talked about the 20R engine that's under the hood, a 4-cylinder. Boy, that was a bulletproof engine. You could do so much with that. And the great thing about it, it was easy to modify, easy to get more horsepower out of, and it was really, really strong. So a lot of people love taking these cars and making performance cars out of them.
You saw the liftback lettering there. That is a hatchback. Toyota called it a liftback, but it made this a much more practical car than a Camaro or Mustang, which would have had just a small trunk.
I remember in 1977 buying a Toyota Corolla liftback because the reality was I couldn't really afford this one. I was like, oh, that's all I can get, so I'll buy the Toyota Corolla version of it. I really wanted the Celica.
I like those Cyclone wheels. $19,000, I think that's a pretty good buy. A lot more dream rides left across the block tonight in Scottsdale. Look at that 55, so bright you gotta wear shades. That is quite a shade of candy apple or pearlescent orange on that one. Can't wait till it crosses the block. About another hour to go in our coverage tonight. Here is a 69 Pontiac GTO in cameo white.
Yeah, second year for this body style. 1968, they had a radical departure from what had come before, where they had this Endura bumper across the front. The next year, it would change to a slightly different look. I'm going to call this a fun driver quality car. You know, this is not overly restored in any way, shape, or form, and I love the white color on it.
Yeah, the white color almost makes it look like it was, in a coloring book, like you have to paint it orange for the judge and fill it in yourself, paint by numbers, because it does have the pinstriping sort of reminiscent of that with the black on the side and the front quarters and the door going up into the C-pillar, but 400 cubic inch V8 under the hood, so the right power plant as well, and sort of the off-white interior. So, yeah, Bianca.
Now, an interesting option on this is in the grille. They deleted the standard hideaway headlamps, and you could save, I think, $35 by doing that. But for people where there was a lot of snow and ice, worried about whether those headlight doors would always work or not, you could delete that and get these and save a few bucks.
Yeah, behind those headlights is a 400 cubic inch engine pumping out 350 horsepower.
The Summit Racing Sold sticker is going to go on the windshield, and they indicate the Hammer price. They're on 60 grand, so as you're walking around the tents here at Barrett-Jackson, you can see what cars have sold and what they've sold for without looking at the Barrett-Jackson app on your phone or going on the internet. Well, jumping the Wayback Machine to 1949 for this Chevrolet sedan delivery.
I love sedan deliveries, and I have no idea why. Maybe it's partially because I like station wagons. I like that look, and I love the fact with a sedan delivery, what they essentially do is they take in the side and they take out the windows from the side and put that panel in. A lot of these in their day were simply used as commercial vehicles, and normally you'd have some company's name painted on the side, and inside you could have everything from flowers to liquor to whatever they were hauling around. But I love the look of the sedan deliveries, and I like the fact that over the years they've been brought back in various versions. But this is a post-war Chevy styling with the sedan delivery look.
And with that chrome trim going all the way around from the front windshield, the side windows, all the way to the back, it's pretty much required you have to do a two-tone treatment with that. I mean, you have such a clean break. It's interesting how it sweeps up to go just above the rear trunk hinge or the rear hatch hinge to clear that. I don't know if that came from form or function.
350 cubic inches under the hood, 350 horsepower, and I love this color. It's candy apple red over black. They've got a polar white with gray interior. This was all done in Ventura, California, at a place called Hart's Rods, so they've done a great job bringing this to a really nice standard.
Well, if you want to buy one done, come to Barrett-Jackson, because at $38,000 bid and hammered sold for that price, boy, that looks like a bargain to me. They're the happy new owner, and high fives all around. All right, we're going across the pond for our next lot, a 2006 Bentley Continental Flying Spur.
Well, when these came out a few years prior, it was making waves as the fastest four-seat car in the world, thanks to that W12 under the hood, and the top speed just shy of 200 miles per hour. A very dramatic redesign of Bentley, thanks to being acquired by Volkswagen Audi, and they definitely lost that grandfather clock sort of feel to them, and yeah, still had that classic Bentley style and quality, but the engineering, the technology matched that. Just an amazing machine here.
Yeah, earlier today we had a Rolls-Royce limousine cross the block back in the day when, you know, Rolls-Royce and Bentley came off the same assembly line, and they just looked the same. And while the Bentley had more performance in its day, to be honest with you, it looked just as stodgy as the Rolls-Royce did. When they broke away and got this version of it, the Continental, everything changed. Now suddenly this is the car you wanted to buy. It had performance, it had style. This is the car that if you bought it, you were going to get parked up front by the valet because it was a cool piece of machinery.
And this one pretty low mileage for the year, only 41,000 miles, and all-wheel drive as well with these, so you have all-weather use. Quite a bit of depreciation, 200,000 give or take, brand new with options, and now we're at 25 grand.
Wow. Moonbeam silver is the color inside. It's got a cashmere leather interior. Those are factory wheels, the 19-inch chrome wheels. And think about this, 552 horsepower, plenty of performance to get you where you want to go. There's that interior, that cashmere interior with that wood dashboard.
The hammer falls at $24,000 on that Bentley. You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com and get information on all the cars that have and will cross the block here in Scottsdale, and information on future auctions as well. This next lot, well, this is definitely something different. This is a British car. It's a Daimler SP250 Roadster. It is often disparagingly called the Catfish, and look at the styling and you can see why. But what's really interesting is this is a one family owned car since 1962. And as I walk over to where the consigners would stand next to the auction block, I don't see representatives of the family here. But can you imagine how many generations this car must have gone through to be with one family since 1962 and now come to auction.
More commonly seen in Europe, these Daimlers are really interesting in terms of their styling. And of course, they built big sedans. A lot of the stuff they built was really very similarly based on the Jaguar chassis, their saloon cars. But as you said, that grille up front that looks just like a giant catfish, it was supposed to be performance. And yeah, it had some, probably not enough.
Yeah, this is never have I ever seen one of these before in person, to be honest. I've seen the Daimlers that are based on the Jags, the big limo ones, but I haven't seen this. And yeah, I see what they're talking about with the catfish nose, but the rear treatment, I think, is really sharp on these with the fins kind of swept back. So from the rear, way more attractive in my opinion.
These have a 2.5-liter V8, and I'm sorry I misspoke. This is a Daimler. Daimler is the German company.
Yeah, and the people who are the Daimler fans will be all over you if you call it a Daimler.
Yeah, all three of them.
At least in the United States. And if you notice that from the side, take a look at this fin work. Very similar to what you would have seen on a Sunbeam Tiger. That was a very distinctive kind of style they had. However, the taillight, very different.
All right, 62 years of ownership and only 43,000 miles. Internet bidder on the floor.
Yeah, there were a series of builders in Great Britain that built all kinds of interesting performance cars. There were TVRs. This particular car, once again, was kind of married into that Jaguar world for a long time. But this was a very distinctive style that they had. From inside, boy, just a classic, British sports car.
All right, Shane Ratliff hammers that one sold for $24,000. And the bidder on the block is the new owner of that beautiful one family owned up until today, Daimler. Stick around, about another hour's coverage left to go tonight from Scottsdale.
As they say on the show, what's up, dog? Yeah, this is the Mystery Machine, the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine. It'll be crossing the block before too long. I also love that Snap-on Tools. It's a recreation of a Snap-on Tools truck with all the tools inside. All kinds of great stuff that is either crossed the block or about to cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Right now, we got a 1969 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck that is center stage.
Well, this one's started right at the regular cab, the short bed, and just sold. Very pretty.
Yeah, just that fast. $25,000. To be honest with you, just getting a donor truck is fairly expensive these days. So this nice-looking C10, I think, was a great deal here on Wednesday night at Barrett-Jackson. From 1986, we're going to get a Chevy K5 Blazer Custom.
Boy, nicely done. And I like that this does not have the skyscraper lift going on here. All redone in original colors. This one has a 5.3 LS swap, automatic transmission, removable top, power windows, power locks, cruise control, power rear window. So very highly optioned car.
So 1986, the year I was born, and actually brought home in an S10 Blazer, the small version of it. And I never wanted to know this, but apparently I was conceived in it as well.
That's TMI. That's just too much information.
You tell me about it. I'm scarred for life when they told me.
You know what? We just looked underneath with the camera. We were able to get a little peek. It looks really nice underneath. Looks nice up top. I think this is a nice build. And right now, I think it's solid money for this.
Silverado trim inside. Of course, that's now the name of Chevrolet's full-size pickup, but it was the top-of-the-line trim package back when this one was new.
By the way, this is from the Brian Frank collection, which would explain why it's a nice-looking truck.
Yep, great family restoration business out of the Midwest, and they bring them done better than new. Now, that red top would not have been stock. They came in black and white, so this one's been painted to match the body.
Yeah, it looks like all stock on the inside. The LS is adapted to the older gauges, but looks like updated with modern LED in the backlighting of it. So a nice upgrade there. And yeah, that fire engine red paint, you do need to do that red top. I think it's a great look with this one.
Upgraded 5.3-liter LS engine, automatic overdrive transmission. I thought they were going to sell it, but they got another bid, $41,000 right now. It's the hand signals from the bidders' assistants out there that tell the whole story of what's going on. And once again, just because somebody says they're out, many times we'll suddenly see them a few minutes later go, okay, one more.
Absolutely been there, done that many times, yep.
You were ready to walk away, and then something made you go back. $42,000 for that 1986 Laser Custom. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm under one of the many tents here at Barrett-Jackson with a recreation of one of the greatest movie cars of all time. It's Ecto-1, a 59 Cadillac. Now, a lot of these are made into recreations, but this is the correct one with the fins that just look so cool. You got the radar up front, all the sirens, and that red tube up there. Fully functional. We have it on right now. It's actually a ghost sniffer, so don't worry. You are safe right now. I got you. And inside, very cool. Look at those signatures from the movie. Dan Aykroyd himself signed this, who wrote the movie. Now, it made $282 million when it came out. This is just so wild. There's been many recreations of the movie, many recreations of Ecto-1, but this one has my heart. And look over here as well. Who you gonna call? Ernie Winston signed it on the dash right there. I bet you've never seen one like this here at Barrett-Jackson.
Yeah, really nicely done. And once again, a recreation that we'll see crossing the block later this week here at Barrett-Jackson. Right now, we got a 1965 Mustang Custom.
I'm sorry, I do not understand this car. Every GT350 was the 2+2 model, the fastback. There were no notchbacks built, but somebody has gone full-on GT350 Shelby on this one.
It's just a what if, that's all. $35,000 for that 1965 what if custom Mustang. Rolling up on the block is a 1978 Corvette, an L82 pace car that April Rose previewed for us.
You know, I told you my story about how I had one on order, and the dealer apparently had a customer wanted to pay a whole lot more, wanted a much bigger deposit that I didn't have. I never got the car. Modified racer I knew, John Anderson out of Waterbury, Connecticut. His brother did get one from a Chevrolet dealership. $14,000 was the sticker price. He took it right to Southern Auto Auction in South Windsor, Connecticut a day later and tripled his money. That's how big a demand there were for these cars when they came out.
Well, then so many people bought them and then put them away thinking they would be an investment that would continue on like that. And obviously that wasn't the case. The current bid, $19,000. Is still more to go, I imagine. But yeah, this one very well preserved, like so many of them.
So there were two engines available. This was the bigger, the L82. All of this little spider cracking, that's just patina on the original decals and stickers that are on this car. The pace car stickers came in the trunk. This was the pace car edition. A lot of folks did put them on, and this car has spent its whole life in California and Arizona.
Well, here's the big shock. I just looked at the odometer, 81,000 miles. So this one was actually, yeah, I know. This one was actually used and enjoyed somewhat, but very well preserved.
Well, great, because they were sure a better car to drive than they were an investment. Here we are at not even twice that sticker price, nearly, 45 years later.
Sales were really strong for Corvettes in the late 70s. In fact, the following year, 1979, was the high water mark. I think they sold like 53,000 Corvettes this year because you didn't have a lot of performance, but at least you had style. That one just sold over the internet for $26,000 for that 1978 Corvette. Well, coming up, we're going to see a 1967 Mustang. It's got a freshly rebuilt 289 cubic inch engine, a 4-barrel carburetor, and they say that the drivetrain has only been driven about 1,000 miles since it was rebuilt. It'll be up on the block before too long.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
To see and do here at Barrett-Jackson. And just a moment ago, this Willis 1949 Jeepster convertible sold here at Barrett-Jackson. In fact, you can see the last three vehicles that crossed the block and what they sold for, just $15,000 for that Jeepster. Right behind it, we have had a horde of Scouts today. A 1965 International Scout. Most of the ones we've seen before now have been customs, but this one is pretty stock.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So I got to tell this story on Ray Melton, the great PA announcer from Richmond and Darlington. We're at Richmond Raceway. Paul Sawyer, the promoter, says, Ray, he says, we've got international scouts. He says, we got a whole bunch of them. They're all around the property. We're putting them to good use. I want you to talk up the international scouts. So Ray Melton gets on the PA and he goes, we have international scouts today from all lands, from Europe, from Africa, from Asia. He says, give those international scouts a hand. We're proud to have them here. Oh, boy.
His heart was in the right place.
I know. You know, it gets late early here in Scottsdale. This is very nicely done. In fact, I remember when these were new, and they didn't look this good. The paint wasn't this great. The finish wasn't this good. But this is done to a very high standard cosmetically. It's a little rough under the hood, but that's okay. It was built to be a workhorse.
Well, it still retains what would be a correct stock 4-cylinder under the hood, so not a V8. But you can see that badge for the all-wheel drive. Pretty neat having an all-wheel drive system on something this old. But yeah, the factory sort of look as far as the stance. You have the BFG all-terrains, but otherwise, yeah, stock. Nice restoration.
Well, it just sold for $29,000. And I should mention our number 3 sale of the day so far was an International Scout. It was a Scout 2 Custom from 1976. It sold for $107,000. So the Scout market is doing pretty strong, and I like the looks of this one. I like the originality it has as it rolls off into the night. 1981 Jeep CJ8 Scrambler pickup truck.
You know, Barrett-Jackson is quite a family affair. This is Emma Mast. She is one of the bidder assistants here, and she works under the watchful eye of her dad, the gentleman up there with the beard. That is Joseph Mast. He is the lead auctioneer for Barrett-Jackson, and he works under the watchful eye of his dad. John Mast is one of the bidder assistants. So here's one of Ohio's great auctioneer family, the Mast, 3 generations working auction after auction here at Barrett-Jackson.
In fact, there's so many people that have been here for so long, it's always fun. Right now, the current bid for this Jeep Scrambler, $15,000.
This one retains its original 4.2-liter inline 6 and a rebuilt manual transmission. Yeah, the factory finish wasn't nearly as nice as what we have now with this repaint in black and rhino lined on the inside as well, so you could actually use this as a truck. Good value, I think.
The price of paint is not cheap these days, so doing a repaint on anything, if it's fairly recent, was a fairly expensive proposition. And this just sold for $16,000, that 1981 Jeep CJ8 Scrambler. We're going to take a break. We're down to just about our last half hour or so of coverage of Wednesday here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, up on the block, you see it getting pushed away. There is a blue and white BMW Isetta that just hammered sold I think for $36,000, one cylinder, 13 horsepower, 48 miles an hour on a good day.
And several women just ran to the block to get a real close look at this because, as you, an Isetta owner, would only know, it is terminally cute.
And they're very popular. We take I have one. I have a 1958. I take it to a car show. I am almost always the most popular guy there. And people think it's a 3-wheel car. It's a 4-wheel car. 2 wheels close together in the back, although there is a British version with 3 wheels. Now, here's something of a totally different character, a 1977 Datsun 280Z Custom.
Well, it started as the 240Z, went to the 260, then the fuel-injected 280. This one has huge IMSA-style fender flares and spoilers and slats over the rear wing. I'll bet this is not a Datsun straight 6 under the hood. Why, it is, with the original fuel injection. A lot of these got Chevy small block swaps, but I like that they kept the overhead cam 2.8-liter 6.
Yeah, nothing offensive about the engine bay, and then that wide body, it certainly does work. The headlights, though, that's an interesting choice there with the colorful LEDs. But yeah, to give it more of that instant look, you have the lower air dam as well. You have the JDM style sort of fender-mounted mirrors, which I really like, and now the louvered rear over the glass. Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Look at those big sewer pipe exhausts on the back. You'd think it might have a big block under the hood. But no, it's an overhead cam straight 6, much like it was born with. Do it in a Datsun was the slogan.
This Datsun just sold for no, they got it up to $25,000. I thought it was sold. I thought I heard the hammer. But they got one more bid, got another $1,000, and that's where it goes. $25,000. Congratulations to those folks right there. We have more than 30 Ferraris that are crossing the block this week, and Craig Jackson wants to show you one that he has his eye on.
We have a 2022 Ferrari 812 GTS. This is lot number 1374. The successor to the F12 Berlinetta, this 2022 812 GTS Superfast delivers performance with its 769 horsepower coming out of its dual overhead cam 6.5-liter V12 power plant, paired with a 7-speed F1 dual clutch automatic gearbox. This 812 has a top speed of 211 miles an hour and goes 0 to 60 in approximately 2.8 seconds. This GTS, as one of the final naturally aspirated non-hybrid Ferrari models produced, is featured in white paint on the exterior, luxurious red leather on the interior. Coming to you from the Gilstrap collection, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, that Ferrari is part of the Gilstrap collection that will be selling on Saturday, and there is an absolutely amazing collection of supercars, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and even a Pagani that's going to be crossing the block. You do not want to miss our Saturday coverage, Super Saturday, here at Barrett-Jackson. 1978 Corvette Silver Anniversary Edition up on the block.
And this one is a Survivor. You can see maybe a little bit there in the paint. And it comes with a whole lot of provenance. The original invoice, the original window sticker. That is a handwritten Connecticut title, like we used to have when I was a kid. Valenti Auto Sales. They are still in business in Connecticut. That's where this one was sold new.
Sold new and put away, so 1,500 original miles on this one. The L82 pack and the anniversary edition with that color scheme. And yeah, this one, a manual transmission as well, so what a great spec.
This was NCRS judged and received a top flight award with a score of 99.2 out of 100. So just an amazing Survivor here with incredibly low miles.
Interesting to see so many of them put away, and then a C6 Corvette today with similar delivery miles bringing $300,000. Who would have thunk?
Well, that one just sold for $32,000. Once again, all that paperwork, all the provenance that showed where it came from and who the original owner was really mattered. Up behind it, well, this is a Mustang we previewed a little while ago, a 1967 with a 289 cubic inch. And this has been converted from a 2-barrel carburetor to a 4-barrel.
Well, and you'd want to do that. If the factory had done it, instead of a 200 horsepower engine, you'd have a 225 horsepower engine. 3-speed automatic transmission, less than 1,000 miles since the rebuild of the drivetrain. Lime gold is the color with a black interior. And note the turn signal blinker lights repeat here in these faux scoops in the hood. So you can see if you've left your blinker on without taking your eyes off the road.
Yeah, good-looking chrome American racing wheels and that lime gold paint, something you don't see as often when people choose their repaints, but I definitely like it.
67, the first year of the mild restyle for the Mustang. Bucket seats and floor shifters. Every Mustang build had a floor shifter. There was never a column shift Mustang built. This one with a full console and other options.
Pretty good money for a 67 notchback right there. $37,000. I think the quality of the entire project, I think, is what sold folks. Those folks are on the phone telling somebody, guess what we just bought? We got a Mustang at Barrett-Jackson. We bought it. Yeah, you should watch us on TV. We're going to take a break. We'll come right back.
Throughout the years, Barrett-Jackson has made it a priority to give back, raising over $156 million for charity. And at this auction, the tradition continues with 5 amazing charity cars like this one, brand new, VIN number 1 of the 2025 Corvette ZR1. All of the money, all of the hammer price going directly to the American Red Cross. And this 2021 Ford F-150 custom pickup designed by Real Truck and Chip Foose. The attention to detail is fantastic. Now, the sale of this truck is going to the Progeria Research Foundation, which is a cause close to Chip Foose's heart as his sister was diagnosed with it at a young age. Next, we have this 1988 Corvette 35th Anniversary Edition, raising money for the American Heart Association. And here's another Barrett-Jackson Edition Shelby Raptor R pickup, dressed to impress in full Barrett-Jackson colors, benefiting the Carroll Shelby Foundation and the African Parks Foundation of America. And last, we have this beast, a 1962 Dodge Power Wagon named Project Sweat, created to support Mike Rowe's Mike Rowe Works Foundation and to honor those who show up early and stay late and bust their butts to get the job done. 5 incredible vehicles, all raising awareness and money for some of the greatest charities in the world, and it's all happening this week at Barrett-Jackson.
And we'll see our first car cross the block to sell for a good cause tomorrow afternoon here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. More than $150 million that they've raised so far over the years for great causes. And I look forward to seeing what we can pull in this week for those causes we've talked about. Up on the block right now, a 1999 Plymouth Prowler.
Well, and it's not just the Prowler, it comes with the matching trailer as well, which was a factory option. Very, very goofy. But this was built so Chrysler could experiment with bonding aluminum in some sort of mass production. The design actually came from Chip Foose, and it's a wild retro-styled car that is pretty amazing that they were built in the first place, but they had a reason for it. Under the hood was a 3.5-liter V6 that you would find in, say, the full-size Intrepid or the Chrysler Concorde. And a V8 would have been nice, but still that was the most powerful engine they had available at the time that was lighter weight because they wanted this thing to handle as well. You can see sort of the exposed suspension there in the front with the upper and lower control arms. And yeah, this one looking very nice.
Yeah, this had a Formula Car rocker arm suspension in the front, bigs in the back, littles in the front. Very cool.
Well, and this one just sold along with its trailer for $32,000. High-fiving each other. Congratulations. And we're going to check in with Mike and a couple of guests.
Well, it's been a wild Wednesday, Craig Jackson. Six-figure sales on a Wednesday. Wow.
Well, every year we say we're going to make a Wednesday, like Thursday used to be, and this is what it was. This felt like a normal Thursday, the number of cars, but I had so many consigners come up and say one of their best days ever.
All right, so if this Wednesday is Thursday, Steve Davis, what does that leave for Thursday?
Well, I think Thursday's going to be a mini Saturday. We're going to skip Friday and just have 2 Saturdays, I think. No, absolutely phenomenal, Mike. The crowd, the excitement, the energy, just the optimism. Everything is just planets are aligned for an incredible few days.
A lot of cars and the biggest and probably the best Scottsdale ever.
That's what we're aiming for, and that seems to be the enthusiasm here. People are just having fun and they're spending money.
And we like all of that. All right, we'll look forward to tomorrow.
But we still have a few minutes left today. We got about another 15 minutes or so of the coverage of our second day of Barrett-Jackson here on FYI. Right now we got a 2002 Ford F-150 Harley-Davidson edition.
So they never made a Lightning crew cab Ford pickup truck, but this was the closest that you could get because it would get the supercharged 5.4 from the Lightning with the Harley-Davidson edition, along with all the graphics and stuff. But the crew cab was very important. So a really cool brand crossover, and they did actually do a lot of effort in the interior as well to make these cool with the Harley-Davidson badging. The Harley badges are absolutely everywhere. No like Harley mechanical parts on these trucks, but a neat brand collaboration.
Exactly. This was probably one of the best brand tie-ins that Ford had ever done, building these pickups for Harley owners and Harley enthusiasts. I'm surprised this one doesn't have a trailer hitch to haul the trailer with the motorcycle on it, but who knows?
And it was showing just a little over 40,000 miles on the odometer, so low miles.
Well, this one just sold for $20,000 here in the last 15 minutes of our Barrett-Jackson coverage from Scottsdale. What a wacky Wednesday it's been, and we'll come up in just a short time to tell you the big sales we've had today. Don't go away. We still have, like I say, 15 more minutes of great cars to cross the block. You want to work for the auction team here at Barrett-Jackson, you better bring your energy and you better bring your game. These folks work really hard all week long. They'll still be doing that on Saturday when we do our coverage right here on the History Channel. 2004 Maybach 57 up on the block.
Well, Wilhelm Maybach was a coach builder for Mercedes back in, I believe, the 1930s. Mercedes resurrected the name for their ultra-luxury channel, and they built these cars to challenge Bentley and Rolls-Royce in at least the United States to little effect.
Yeah, the name went away for many decades and then came back with a bang with this car. It's on its own chassis, developed, and I actually have a 62, the long wheelbase that I bought at Barrett-Jackson a few years ago, and I thought mine had the highest mileage at 107,000 miles. Well, I just looked at the odometer. This one, 148,000 miles on it.
Wow.
So
somebody certainly got their money's worth because this car had a sticker price of $300,000, and Mercedes dealers had to create a special bespoke showroom just to be able to sell these.
yeah, they were a tough sell because they looked so much like the S-Class, even though they were special and on their own line.
$24,000 for that Maybach from 2004 that had an original price of $300,000. Let's check out the top sellers for the day. Number 3, who would have guessed it'd be an International Scout, a Scout 2 from 1976. This one customized, $107,000. The number 2 sale today, probably another surprise, a 1972 Dodge Demon 340 This one, beautifully restored, $115,000. But the number one sale of the day, the one that truly rocked the block for the entire day, was this 2012 Corvette out of the Wrestler collection. Just 65 miles on the odometer, $300,000. That's what Craig Jackson meant when he was saying that this seems more like a Thursday because the big bucks have already been coming to the auction block. Right now we got a 2007 Mercedes-Benz CL600.
This is the two-door hardtop Executive Express, and look at this window line. Does any two-door hardtop have a longer window line than this in automotive history? I don't think so. But what a beautiful coupe in this deep Capri blue with the AMG wheels, the beautiful tan interior with the burled wood. Wow.
Yeah, and a great power plant with these as well. Just like the Maybach has the same twin-turbo V12 under the hood, somewhere around 500 horsepower. Pretty strong power plant as well. This one about half the miles as that Maybach, 74,000 miles, but it does look like it was really well taken care of. And yeah, I do love the spec, the color, the wheels. Yeah, great.
At the time, this was the Executive Express of choice in Hollywood and Beverly Hills for the entertainment industry. This was the one you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. 2007, 510 horsepower. I mean, this could, at that point, horsepower was just beginning to come back. And we would expect cars to have, 5, 6, we've seen 7, 800 horsepower, but to have 500 horsepower in a luxury car in 2007 was pretty special.
I was just checking on the front, and actually this one doesn't have the radar-guided cruise control, which would replace the front Mercedes crest with sort of a sonar or a radar behind it. So it's amazing options. A lot of cool innovations with the S-Class with every generation. This one, yeah, I do believe it does have the night vision. You can flick that on, and it replaces the instrument cluster with the night vision. I guess it's a little too bright to do right now.
So we had that in an S-Class. The problem was you had to look away from the road to see the results of the infrared camera and the night vision to see if there was anything you wanted to avoid, but you couldn't look at the road and do that as well.
Also, 4 different massage settings for the seats. My favorite, fast and vigorous. You had slow and gentle, slow and vigorous, and fast. Yeah, anyway, I'm getting a little hands off. All right, fast.
Yeah, stop right there. All right, $19,000. Somebody's going to get an incredible buy because with 75,000 miles, well, it's more than just barely broken in, but this certainly does not show the effect of that mileage. The tires have really great tread. The interior looks great. The exterior looks wonderful. And we're not even to $20,000.
Just as the Maybach had 140,000 miles on it, this is very capable of another life.
$146,000 when new.
Well, there goes $19,000. That's a big drop in price from when it was brand new. They'll write the price on the sticker, and once again, that's a great thing about Barrett Jackson. When you walk around and look at the cars that have already been sold, they have not just a sticker that says it's been sold, but it says what it sold for. Now you have to add 10% for the buyer's premium, but at least you know what each vehicle sold for. And this is going to be the last one we're going to see sell on our FYI coverage today, a 2011 Jaguar XF.
The XF was powered by a 5-liter V8 with 385 horsepower, 6-speed automatic transmission. This has the chrome premium alloy wheels, the convenience and comfort package. So very nice 4-door sedan. Let's see what the odometer says, because that's certain. Oops, what's the odometer? 102,000 miles. Okay, it's been well enjoyed.
Yeah, it's getting there. I wish it was the R with the supercharger, and then almost 500 horsepower. But yeah, you get a nice throaty V8 with this one, and yeah, I think the styling refresh they did around 2010 was long overdue and well done.
So let's call this one a future collectible. Certainly a lot of life left in it for somebody to enjoy.
Yeah, we'll see as far as the collector market with Jaguar, because they've sort of thrown all of their heritage away with their latest ad campaign and everything else. We've talked about it a little bit, being a little off. Definitely nothing like what the Jaguar of the days of yore, the E-Type and all that stuff. You can see the lineage sort of continue into even this model from the 2010s. And what they're offering now, who knows what it is.
And it's when, they're going towards all electric, and that's fine, but it's the way it's not just the product that they're bringing out, it's the marketing. It's like, you know what, we're going in a new direction, and normally you want to keep your old audience and bring in your new audience. And with the new Jaguar campaign, they seem to be throwing away everything they've done and trying to start out in a new direction.
Well, remember, Jaguar is now a sub-brand of Tata from India. It is no longer a British car company to say, although they still build cars there. But, yep, the world is a-changing.
Well, this Jaguar is going to change hands and is not going to sell for much more than what you see right there. And that puts a wrap on another 6 hours of live coverage from Scottsdale. The prices, the quality of the vehicles, they're going to continue to soar as the week goes on. So be sure to tune in tomorrow for another 6 hours of auction action here on FYI, starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So for Mike Joy, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and our entire team, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for riding along with us today.
But now